and we have had a number of activities today, being the nominations of the presidential candidates. Who are the candidates this time round? We have Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the National Resistance Movement. We have Tumukunde Henry Kakurugu, I beg your pardon, he's an independent candidate. Katumba John, he's also an independent. Mugisha Muntu Gregory, a member, he's a candidate for the ANT, Alliance for National Transformation. Yes. Chagulanyi Robert Sentamu, for the NUP.
Jordan.
We have Nancy Kalembe Linda, an independent candidate. We have Mayambala Willie, he's also an independent. Amriat Oboy Patrick, FDC. Mwesi Jeffred, independent. And Kabuleta Kiza Joseph, he's also an independent. So it's a total number of 10 candidates, and we shall have 5 of them nominated today here in Kyambogo, and everything is already in hygiene.
Jordan,
I want to talk to one government official here. Chirabo, I want to have a chat with one government official here that we have seen first before he leaves or to go do some other thing, and is the executive director of the Uganda Media Center. In the first place, it's a pity for the loss of Kano Shaban Bantariza.
Thank you. This coming is belated. Your condolences, but I receive it. Shaban has left us. We buried him last week on Thursday.
Yes. May his soul rest in peace. Yes. What is your view? In the first place, I may say I wouldn't expect you to be here at this time.
Why? First of all, I speak for government of Uganda. I speak for the NRM. I speak for presidential candidate Yoweri Museveni. So I wear many hats.
Okay.
And therefore, I have to be here to, particularly as an advance team, to just ensure that all is well. Yes.
Okay. What is your view about the arrangement, and what do you envisage that will happen today and probably tomorrow?
So far, so good. The space is spacious. The security deployment along the routes. I did the tour in the morning from Kireka to Kampala. I drove around the city. I went through Kamosha and Bukoto. The roads are very clear. There's clean traffic. The security is tight but flexible. And therefore, we want the wider world to continue with the activities obeying the traffic regulations put in by the police. Here in Kyambogo, the place is spacious. The tent is humongous, it's big. I think we should find no problem, especially if the candidates and their entourage keep to the minimum. We should go through all the 6 candidates today, and tomorrow equally we should go through the remaining 4 or so candidates with ease.
What do you think about Ugandans who are complaining about the blocked roads and whatever? Some people think their day-to-day business have been interrupted by the arrangement and things like that. What do you think about it, and what message would you have for them? Because these are 2 good days. We talked to somebody who says she's a vendor around the Banda market, my matoke, my tomatoes. 2 days they'll be rotten and things like that.
No. Well, of course, first of all, our apologies for the inconvenience. But this inconvenience is necessary. Why is it necessary? We are coming today and tomorrow to nominate, prepare our leaders for tomorrow at the topmost level, the presidency. And therefore, that should be understandable to any average Ugandan. It is not intended to hurt persons. It is a necessary inconvenience. And in any case, it is affecting a small part of the town, which is part of Nakawa division, specifically Kyambogo area. Yes.
Now, other actors think it is politically motivated. They want to be blocked, not to come with their crowds and things like that. Give us the insight, because you're part of your spokesperson for government. You can clear the air about this.
First of all, at least for the NRM, we're not complaining, and I think we are the largest party.
Why? That means you have the largest crowd.
No, we have the.
Are you happy that your crowds will not move with you?
We are the largest. No, we have explained to the membership of the NRM that the space here, big as is limited because there are many people. We have 5 candidates coming today. if every candidate was permitted to come with the number of supporters that they want, perhaps even some candidates would not make it to this place because the supporters would obstruct you. But to the other Ugandans, all of us know that activities like this are also of necessity an attraction to wrongdoers. You don't want to take chances with the wrongdoers. And so it is therefore necessary to keep the crowd, the entourage accompanying the candidates to the bare minimum. 10 is sufficient number, because in any case, a candidate could have only been allowed to come here with the 2 people, because that's the law, that a candidate comes with only 2 people, a nominator and a seconder. But the Electoral Commission has been so magnanimous to allow up to 10. And so there shouldn't be a complaint. Yes. And also...
So what kind of message do you have for your...
also be mindful that if you allowed, for example, if we allowed NRM or another person to come with 10,000 people, we would certainly disorganize the businesses in various parts of Kampala, even different parts of Uganda, because if you had allowed so, now you would be having buses moving from Tororo, moving from Gulu, moving from Masaka. All those would be inconveniences that are really not called for this kind of exercise.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ofondo Pondo, the Executive Director, Uganda Media Center. He says the blockages of the roads are just very necessary to allow a smooth run of these activities that will be here today, such that no one gets inconvenienced, especially if crowds were to be on the roads. Now, this is the main tent where the whole activity is going to be held. As you can see, that's the high table, and my expectations are that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, that is Justice Byabakama, and his team will be seated that side, and the candidates will sit facing them to answer questions and a number of things, handing documents and things like that that will be required of them. According to the information that I've gathered still, yes, Chirabo?
To get it from you, according to the program, by 9 activities should have begun already with prayers, the national anthem, and when we see right now it's about 18 minutes past 9, there is a fear of time. Do you think activities are moving according to plan?
Of course, according to what I see, it's coming to 9:30, but all is set. I've seen Electoral Commission officials starting to come in, and I think by 10 a.m. when the first candidate is expected, everything will have kicked on. But I was telling you something, that we are at a very spacious kind of venue. I've seen 10 pickups with security seats, where they're going to have, each candidate is going to be given one, because the Electoral Commission will provide security for them. When we get a chance to talk to one of the Electoral Commissioners or officials, we'll get to know what kind of package, apart from the security van and the pickups and whatever, what other things are going to be given to the candidates. Probably there is a time when they used to get some money for to facilitate them. Is it there? Is it not there? When we get a chance to talk to some of the Electoral Commission officials, we shall know that. But we are still coming to you.
Felix just wants to know
on the roads.
What's the explanation for the time interval?
Yes, Chirabo, go on.
Between the president? Most of our viewers have been complaining about
the time issue. That is a variation from one candidate to the other, where the NRM candidate seems to have 4 hours, and others the space is not equal. It is 1 hour. Have you consulted the Electoral Commission why there's this big variation in time?
Yes, like I told you, the Electoral Commission officials are just coming in, and we shall get an opportunity to talk to them. But yes, just like you have said, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is expected here to be before the Electoral Commission officials at 10 o'clock. Then at 1 o'clock, we shall have General Tumukunde, Henry Kakurugu, and at 2 p.m., then Katumba John, the independent candidate, will come in. Then at 3 p.m., that's when we shall have Mugisha Muntu Grigore, and Kalembe Nancy Linda will come in at 4 o'clock. Yes. So that is the time that was allocated to each one of them. But we are going to get an opportunity to talk to the Election Commission officials, and we shall get to know exactly what or were they best to allocate this kind of time to each of their candidates, and why whoever was given such time when we get an opportunity to talk to them.
Thank you, Jordan Lukoma, for giving us an update of what is happening there. We'll be getting back to you shortly to give us more of the events.
Just before that, Chirabo, I've been told that Star TV is also moving with us. Gwatulaba ku Star TV wasuzeyo Tiano Nyabo Sebo. Tukutukako buterevu okuva ne Kyambogo awagenda okusunsulwa okubeera okusunsulwa kw'abagenda okuvuganya ku bukulembeze bw'eggwanga abawerera ddala 10. Bogenda kusunsulwa wano okutandika n'olwaliro okukoma enkya. Naye okusinziira ku mwogezi wa gavumenti gwe twogedde naye atubulidde nti wabaddewo obwetaavu olw'obutataganya mirimu na kusannyalaza buli kimu. Enguudo zaggaddwa okuviira ddala ku office za Electoral Commission roundabout eyo efubutuka ku Hotel Africana n'esalamu okudda e Luzira okuvaawo okujja Jinja Road eno wonna wonna oluguudo olwo luggale emikolo gino giri ekyambogo gisobole okutambula obulungi. Buli candidate yakkiriziddwa okujja n'abantu 10 bokka be bagenda okumuwerekerako, so si lwebeeya nga bulijjo bwe tubeera. Nja kukikozesa ekigambo ekyo naye nga tebajja kukkiriza kutambula bwe batyo. So bakandidate abasuubirwa oba abeesimbyewo abasuubirwa be baliwa be bano. Tulina Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ow'ekibiina kya NRM nga wakutuuka wano essaawa 4. Waliwo Tumukunde Henry Kakulugu oyo nga zeekululwe independent ajja kutuuka wano ssaawa 7 ze bamusuubira. Katumba John era nga naye independent ajja kujja ssaawa 8. Olwaddibweko Mugisha Muntu Gregory ow'ekibiina kya Alliance for National Transformation ajja okutuuka wano ku ssaawa 9. Kalembe Nancy Linda nga ye mukyala yekka ali mu lwokaano luno asuubirwa wano essaawa 10 ez'olweggulo. Era ng'abo be bajja okuba bakandidate ab'olwaleero abagenda okusunsulwa olwaleero luno wano e Kyambogo. So gwe mukolo gwolaba ku TV yo era tugenda kuba tugukuweereza butereevu. Tewenyeenya tosagasagana. Ekifo kinene ddala buli candidate agenda kuweebwa emmotoka y'abakuumi. Bwe tunafuna omukisa okwogerako n'abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda tujja kweyongera okumanya ddala okujjako emmotoka zino ekirala ki kye bagenda okubaweerako. Oba oli awo Electoral Commission yinza okumanga emabegako wali yalinga ebawaayo akasente ak'okutalaga eggwanga tomanya nakati ziyinza.
Okay, that has been Mike Jordan Lukoma giving us an update of what is happening at the center where we are going to have the nomination exercise for the various nomination candidates that will qualify through. So the venue is Kyambogo University Cricket Ground. So we'll be here to update you with what is happening there. And of course, Mike Jordan Lukoma and a big team will be there on ground, and they will be able to let you, keep you informed of what is happening. Felix, Jordan has been giving us an update of the situation, what it is like there, and he said we'll get to know when it comes to the issue, when it gets to the issue of the time disparities there.
Well, of course, it's been an issue by a couple of people. If you go flash in social media, people have alluded it to being quite segregating, animals being, all animals not being equal. But as I said earlier, that we must choose to contend and focus on the substance that is going to be presented. In terms of the nomination, let's focus on the process, the exercise, and let's see that every contender gets an opportunity to be nominated. Now, the failure of that shall inform the aspect of segregation or inequality that people want to see in that. But I believe and trust that with what Jordan has been taking us through, we have a good process. Everything should be ready from the feel of things and what Jordan has given us. We hope and pray that the process goes on well, Robert, that all the contenders get an opportunity to present themselves to the best of their abilities, and then the countrymen shall later on make decisions based on what presentation we shall have gotten.
We just hope they are not behind schedule, because His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is expected to arrive at 10, and there the process will begin. But according to the program, prayers, national anthem should have kicked off at exactly 9, which is not the case now, but we pray they will be able to go through. Studio 2, we have Jagena Semakula in Studio 2, and he will be carrying on with more of the happenings. And I will now hand over to Jagena Semakula to give us, Jagena Semakula, what he has for you, and of course still an extension of what is happening. The entire day will be taking you through the presidential nominations and events as they unfold. Jagenda, A lovely morning to you.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to you. Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono, Omwana Musumba, Felix Nkonda, and Priscilla. And just right there, Priscilla Naloga, good morning to all of you. And of course, we're also ready in Studio 2 today to run through with you till the end of the exercise that is happening at Kyambogo University.
Yes, Jagenda, lovely morning to you. I see you. Yes, Felix Jagenda in Studio 2. I've seen him with a guest whom they're going to be informing the public of what is happening there. Very soon we'll be connecting you to Jagenda there, and you'll be able to get him through. But we're still looking at the element of time.
Definitely, Robert, and something to look out for, and as I was telling you earlier, when you look at this wide spectrum of contenders or people who seek to be nominated, as I asked you earlier, that do you see anything different from the previous elections, apart from the Dr. Kano Chiza Besigye missing on the ballot? What is the difference? And it's been sort of like this tab in my mind. If you don't, in a span of all these years, we have had elections with probably even the bringing on board the multi-party. Have we seen a change in the political landscape of Uganda, and later on to cause repulse change for the people? For me, it's my biggest in point of interest, that as we be excited about the nomination, do we see anything, any growth, political growth in politics of Uganda, or it's a repetition of the same? It's the same, it's the same, it's the same. And this should cause challenge and sort of like for us to be concerned if we don't see the growth of politics, the kind of leaders that present themselves time and again. The kind of, is an election and a routine? Has it become a routine? Or is it something we're excited to see because there's something new that is being offered? For me, I feel that this is something we should look out for than just away from just the top of the excitement.
Of course, many would say democracy, we are still a young democracy, and this is part of the journey to perfection. And every 5 months, every 5 years, we go to the polls and elect. Yes, we do. The choices, it is up to Ugandans to decide. I'll hand over to Jagenda Semakula in Studio 2. Good morning, Jagenda.
Thank you so much once again, and good morning to you again, Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono. We thank you so much for the exercise that you started at 6:30 this morning, and of course handing to us in studios here, where we will be to again take you through what is actually happening. And of course, I thank you for that glimpse of Jordan Lukomwa at the nomination center in Kyambogo this time. We've always been at the Mandela National Stadium at Nambole, but this time round, because Nambole was gazetted as a holding center or an isolation center for COVID patients, I saw at this time the exercise had to move from Nambole to Kyambogo. But well, with me in studios this morning is Ndugu Mututa here with me to also tell us what he thinks and feels about this particular day. Yes, Comrade Mututa, a very good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on UBC TV this morning.
Yeah, yes, good morning. Good morning, the viewers out there. I think more the Ugandans who are watching UBC this time, it's an exciting day, and I guess a lot is going to happen, and a lot is going to be known. And we have seen, of course, now, given the history, that numbers of presidential candidates is growing every other passing year, and today we have a number of them.
Okay. Well, we do not know what that means, whether it's democracy or whatever that calls. But I was with you here last week when Tanzania was actually also getting into the ballot. And did we predict right? President Raisi, Sasa Raisi Mtaule, Pombe Magufuli?
We were on spot on. I think most of the prediction that we made came just as we anticipated. And of course, although the opposition is saying, you know, look, this has been a rigged election, but definitely, like any person looking at what was happening, the history of Tanzania knew that was bound to happen. Yeah.
Okay, but you see, normally when somebody loses an election, it's very common to actually say it was a rigged election.
You have to say something.
You have to say something at least. It happened in the United States when Bush was taking on Al Gore, and there is a very good book by one of their constitutional lawyers, a man called Alan Morton Dazowich. He wrote a book called The Supreme Injustice. And you know, when you read the book for the first time, you see Americans crying, also saying, we got a president who was not the choice of the people, but a president who was delivered to us by the Supreme Court. Now, that is the United States of America that everybody would love to admire and, of course, love to adore in a way. But they also got to a moment and said, well, this particular election after that is coming on the day after tomorrow, is they also already saying, should Trump lose, then there will be a civil war in America. But it's also as a result of an election. Now, coming back to our democracies here, and of course here today, ideally, we saw quite a number of Ugandans come out to show you know, they wanted to try it out. So many went to pick forms at the National Electoral Commission, of course, to say they also want to ask Ugandans to give them this job at the topmost office in this country. And today, as we get into nominations, of course, the number has really scaled down to a paltry 10 or 11 from almost 100.
Yes.
What do you think would have caused this?
First of all, I think the requirements as per law to be nominated as a presidential candidate, that you have a number of signatures to produce, but also the financial implication that not many people can afford to raise the 20 million shillings that's needed for a presidential nomination. But also the other requirements that could come with that. But at the same time, I think a lot of others also wanted to test the waters to see if they can make it to the ballot. And of course, even without these other conditions, I know many of them are already happy that they were able to come up and be named to be on the list, although they have not made the list. And you never know. We had cases like last time, people along the way dropping off. By the close of the day, I don't know if we shall have all those that have been cleared, or some of them will still not be able to do, but I guess all of them will be there.
When you look at those that had actually showed interest to go and who picked up forms and were desirous of doing this thing, is a young man from the FDC called Moses Byamjisha, who actually said, I am not going to be the official candidate of FDC. I know FDC will actually bring somebody, but I've agreed with my party because of my political ambitions and aspirations. I want to be there. Christopher Aine, you remember Christopher Aine in 2015, he was something to actually talk about, and many thought Christopher Aine in 2016 was actually very pivotal, that he would even determine how the vote would turn out. All those, and of course several others. Maureen Warube Charia, who was on the ballot last election, she's not made it this time. Mabirizi Elton Joseph has also not made it this time. Professor Venantius Mariamre, of course, did not even try to go back this time, and we hope to actually have him in studios this morning. Just look at all those who had actually come up to show this. Does this mean anything, that you went to the Electoral Commission, you picked forms, and you are somewhere written in the records as somebody who has showed interest? Does it mean anything to these people that that's all they were looking for, or something would have just not worked out?
Yeah, of course, sometimes people have different reasons for which they pick these nomination forms, even when they know they are not going to make it to the ballot paper. Some people, it is just self-actualization, that, look, I also tried to be a president in this country, and I made it this far, or I never made it this far. But I think the most important thing is also the role that is played by the political parties, by the various political establishments, the FDC, the DP, the NRM, and many other political parties. Because by the time one makes it to the ballot paper as a presidential candidate, or even the aspirations of becoming a presidential candidate, it is normally the consolidated efforts of a political party to say, look, this time we're fielding this one, this time we're fielding this one, so that you don't have a number of members coming from the same political party but going to the ballot. In other words, the political party should have sat down to shop for a candidate of their choice, to say, let's have Jagenda this time as our flag bearer, and by the mere fact that you do that, there is a reason, a whole reason behind that decision. Now, what we are seeing is that the political parties seem not to be in control of their candidates, because, I mean, how can you have two presidential candidates from the same political party? You saw it in Tanzania, that a similar situation where the whole political party said, no, we have a political candidate, but we are going to support someone else. So, like,
yes, it was a lender.
Exactly.
When they left their own Bernard Membe, and they put their support for Tundu Lissu.
Yeah, which means that there is a problem with the African political systems, that sometimes we either running ahead of our time or we are running behind our time within the political systems.
Okay, well, to our viewers out there, we just want to let you know that today we are on nomination day 1. Of course, it is at Kyambogo University this time around. Police gave the guidelines of how people are supposed to move from wherever they are to be nominated just right there. I think that the Electoral Commission could just a little bit behind our schedule, but the first candidate to nominate today is the NRM candidate, candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He's the incumbent, and of course, also the President of the Republic of Uganda. As well, you get to see His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni moving over, of course, being led now. His time is 10 o'clock, and he's just got about 25 minutes to be at the National, I was going to call it actually Tally Center. No, we yet don't have to get into tallying. At the nomination center, as you can see, and I think he's arrived there, receiving that presidential salute.
No, he's actually leaving
He's
State
just
House.
leaving State House, actually. Yes, from what you can see now, that's the general salute.
Yeah.
As he sets off and leaves to go to Kyambogo, where it's going to be. Let's talk about President Museveni being the first to nominate. What is it intended to communicate to all the others?
Well, if I were him, I would have been the last to first see what others are presenting, so that I would come last. But I think the political party, NRM in its wisdom, said no, let's be the first to be nominated. Now that comes with a lot of implications. First, you know, the guidelines have been given by the Electoral Commission. If you are coming to be nominated, you have to have 2 vehicles, you have to have 10 people, you have to have, but now the problem comes in where you have the first candidate, but also the first candidate is the President of the Republic of Uganda. The President of the Republic has a number of facilities that have been accredited to him. Much as he's a presidential candidate, he's also a sitting president of the Republic. The constitution is very clear in Uganda. You still remain a president even when you are contesting as a presidential candidate. Now, I think that's going to be a problem when it comes to the exact facilities that the president is supposed to come with for that nomination. Is he going to come only with 10 people? Of course.
No. Actually, security and traffic, of course, came out clearly to say he's a candidate, but he's also the president of the country.
Now,
yes.
Now that becomes a problem for the subsequent.
No, but I don't think it actually becomes any problem. It's a problem anyway, because they know they are actually competing against an incumbent now.
The interpretation then becomes a problem for those ones who may not understand that this one is a sitting president much as is a candidate, because they would also want to come in the glamorous way they would wish. But of course, the other complication is that even when you are a candidate and when you are a presidential candidate, you also need to appreciate that this country needs to have a president. Even when we're having all these elections and nominations and campaigns, we as a country must have a president.
Yes, it is exactly indeed very clear that the term of the president ends or expires on the 12th of May of course, that following year after elections. Yes. So when the Electoral Commission is organizing these elections, Electoral Commission has to actually look at the 12th of May when the president took oath of office, and they count backwards 120 days. So that means even during that period, now, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni's term of office does not end today.
Exactly.
Now, that's constitutional, and I think anybody actually, especially if you are vying for that office of president in this country, you ought to actually know, because these are basics. This is now a very simple constitutional clause that anybody is supposed to know.
So people, humans, we make mistakes. You are looking at, because it's a fellow candidate, now you think it's the same level, but you forget that if given the swap, I mean the flip, and you are in that position, you could even have demanded more than what he is doing. But all said and done, the president will be, because he's already on road now, will be at the venue maybe in the next few minutes, 20 minutes, and the nomination will be done. But after that, then there are other candidates, because you have to look at President Museveni and candidate Museveni. We need to draw out that clear demarcation so that for the public to understand, not just that he is a candidate, is going to be nominated for the next term of office, but his term is still running. So
yes, exactly.
Even if he decided not to stand as a presidential candidate today,
he would still be president of Uganda. And he's actually president of Uganda until 2021, May 12th. Exactly. That's when his term of office expires, or that's when his term of office his contract actually ends then. Then this exercise is what will tell whether his contract is being renewed or not renewed, and that's what happens. So I think to the people out there, they should actually know. But as you can see, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni now moving, and he's just getting ready to be at the nomination center in Kyambogo. He's supposed to be nominated today at 10 o'clock. But I think it's also important to let the people know what this actually means. Now, to the Mwananchi down there, Mututa, what is nomination, and then what's the fuss about nomination? Because, well, people have actually seen and said, so-and-so is my candidate, so-and-so is my candidate, and just possibly wondering why they should be going through this exercise of nomination. Why should there actually be a nomination? If somebody has picked forms and the Electoral Commission has actually verified and said, yes, we've looked at your signatures, we've looked at your credentials, we clear you, and we actually verify you. Why then would they have to go for nominations? Exactly.
There was also another point which people were raising yesterday, saying, why can't it be done scientifically, that the Electoral Commission will sit at the office and having
on Ginger Road.
Gone all these papers and say, President
candidate Yoweri Museveni of NRM, you've been duly nominated.
Yeah, we've been duly nominated, and now you are allowed to continue your campaigns. And then people will clap from
wherever they are.
Of course, they'll be at Jadon.
They'll be zooming.
Yeah, but I thought that maybe could have been a good process, but also maybe the number of resources that were needed to be that. Because remember, these people are also supposed to be handed over security, they're supposed to be handed over vehicles and many other documents that they need to know. Of course, still those could have been sent their offices, but I think the Electoral Commission, their wisdom, thought it was good for them to have them in one nomination center. But back to the question, there have been a sieving of these candidates. First of all, their academic credentials, and they have to collect as the guidelines given by the Electoral Commission. You have to collect the signatures from
two-thirds of all the districts of Uganda.
Yeah, from all the districts. In which case, each district you are supposed to get about 100.
The actual 100, and when you get 99, you fail the test. You fail the test if you get 99.
Yeah, so then you have to present the 100 signatures
times 98 districts.
Times the third of 9. Yeah, that comes to 98 districts, which comes to about
10,000. About 10,000 signatures.
Yeah. So now, even that is not enough, because then the Electoral Commission has to sit down to see if these signatures are actually not forged from some place in Kampala and then presented, because the person has to have their national ID to show that actually it is Mututa, and this is your national ID number, and this is your signature to have endorsed this candidate. But again, then the Electoral Commission has to go down narrowing on these candidates. I'm sure more than 10 candidates presented some of these papers, but in their presentations you realize that there could be some loopholes or some documents missing or some signatures missing. So the nomination now proves that you have been selected from the numbers, and you have been found to be worthy of contesting as a presidential candidate in this country. There are a number of things that the guidelines that the Electoral Commission gave. So nomination is now the confirmation that actually you are legible, you are allowed, you are able, and you are free to stand as a presidential candidate in Uganda.
Okay, to our viewers out there, you can actually just imagine that now these cars are actually moving. Our camera person is also
the camera is moving.
Either riding on a bike or moving in one of the cars in there, but you can imagine that the camera picture actually cannot be that very stable because we need to just be part of the process and see how we actually get you there. But as you can tell or see, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, also candidate of the National Resistance Movement Party, is about to arrive at Kyambogo. There, he's the first candidate to nominate.
Yeah,
and well, I'm just trying to look at the picture to actually tell, but I think it's not very far away.
Someone on the camera should help us stabilize that picture.
Yes,
it's
we're
jumping
trying
all over.
to, but I think he's actually about to get to Kyambogo because as we speak now, he's only 15 minutes shy away from the time that he's actually supposed to be just right there, and we are trying to see how that gets there. But people also need to know that, well, the National Resistance Movement Party deciding that their candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni goes there first is to set an example and to actually be, well, an example of sorts. If they say do not come with so many, don't do this and that, we think that he has also been there. Well, Ndugu Mututa, I want to thank you so much for being with me, and very shortly, of course, I'll also have on set here the vice chairperson, of course, will join us, the national vice chairperson of the NRM from the Western region. And now, yes, and of course that's it's nomination, and and we're trying to see how it really actually works and happens. But when we return, we shall have the vice chairperson of the National Resistance Movement Party from Western region, Honorable Chris Baryomunsi, who shall join us, of course, to also tell us what this means, and of course, from the perspective as a vice chairperson, what this is, what this means. But as you can see, just right there, just looks like a candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is not far away from the nomination center in Kyambogo, where this is happening. Now, to remind you, the last elections, of course, we had this exercise on the 3rd and 4th of November at the Mandela National Stadium in Nambole. There were still not so many people who get to the nomination center. So the first of we shall bring more people, want more people, is just a thing of today, because even previously we did not see so many people desiring or demanding to be at the tally center. I beg your pardon, at the nomination center. What happens there at the nomination center is the candidate just needs people to present him, the seconder, the nominator, and of course his credentials just right there. I've been told that candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, of course, has a delegation of maybe just about 10 people, but I'm not competent enough to talk about that. The vice chairperson, national vice chairperson representing Western region, Ndugu Dr. Chris Baryomunsi, is actually with us in studios. I want to thank you so much for joining me again, Dr. Baryomunsi.
Thank you very much, and good morning.
Well, thank you so much, and a very good morning. Your candidate is just a few minutes away from a nomination, and that's why he is. You are presenting him as the party.
Oh yes, as a party we are presenting him at Executive 10. You can see his on time, and we are very excited as members of NRM because he's our presidential flag bearer and he's the first one to be nominated.
Why did you choose him to be the first to be nominated?
He's always the first.
He's always the first.
Well, usually when you are candidates, you choose a time when you want to be nominated. So we chose as a party that will be number one on the first day at 10, and we hope that Ugandans will keep him number one even on the polling day. Yes.
So your number one for nomination also means number one somewhere. I do that.
We shall persuade and convince Ugandans to keep him number one, because after nominations, now campaigns will start.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think the commission is actually ready to receive the president, the candidate of NRM, just right there, as you can see. Ndugu Bariomunsi, before we possibly get there, just give us a feeling, first of all. What is nomination to now the supporters of NRM? We've seen so many clad in yellow, they're running and jubilating, but do they understand this particular thing? What is nomination to a Mwananchi who may just be part of the process and they not know what this is?
Yes, nomination, first of all, NRM restored democratic practice in Uganda, where every 5 years Ugandans cast their vote and choose leaders whom they want. And for one to stand for an office, there is a process you go through where the Electoral Commission of Uganda nominates you or formally registers you as a candidate. For the case of presidential candidates, you start by getting signatures from 2/3 of the districts, and you get at least 100 signatures of registered voters from 2/3 of districts in Uganda. And the Electoral Commission reviews all these signatures and see whether they are actually signatures of voters, which the candidates have gone through. And as we have been reporting, President Yoweri Museveni was the first candidate to have that process done. And once that one is off, then you go on the nomination day like today to be formally nominated or registered as a candidate. And what the Electoral Commission checks is to see whether you have the credentials, whether you have the requirements to enable you to qualify as a candidate. For instance, the Constitution requires that to be president, you must have a minimum of A-level academic qualification. You must be a registered voter. You must be a Ugandan. All these things have to be checked. And if you satisfy all these requirements, then you will be successfully nominated. We are not worried because our candidate has been running in the past, and he has the requirements, and therefore we don't expect any hurdle, we don't expect any challenge in the nomination process. So once you are nominated, then formally you have become a candidate to canvass for support until the day when Ugandans go to the ballot.
Okay, to our viewers out there, you can now see that candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the National Resistance Movement, there in his yellow shirt, and of course his brand cap hat there, as you can see, the man with the hat. There he arrives at this Kyambogo University Nomination Center for this exercise. He's the first, and his time is actually at 10 o'clock, and he's on time or in time to actually be there, as you can see. We have Michael Jordan Lukomwa, who will be speaking to us later on to tell us what is actually happening there. But of course, we're waiting to see the event as it unfolds. Now, remember that after Yoweri Kaguta Museveni today, there will be several other candidates who will be coming on until the hour of 4 o'clock. And the last nominee will be Nancy Kalembe, an independent candidate. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni represents the NRM, as you can see, just right there. Honorable Bariomunsi, how does it feel having so many independents we'll now just take you to the nomination center. Let's go to the nomination center in Kyambogo, then we'll return thereafter.
And the future of this country. We ask, oh Allah, your guide and lead your guide to our leaders in steering the progress of this country with peace, love, unity, and prosperity. Help the leaders to appreciate the trusteeship you will grant them to fulfill their obligation. Amen.
Thank you, Sheikh, for the words of prayer. And we welcome the first aspiring candidate.
Kwabo kuliko Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda, Prime Minister, Alhaji Moses Chigongo, omumyuka we mu NRM, ndaba ne Secretary General wa NRM, Justin Kasule Lumumba, n'abakungu abalala mu kibiina. Yes. So to you watching us on UBC TV, will now allow you to follow the event.
The nomination process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, MC. Chairman, Electoral Commission, Deputy Chairperson, Commissioners, and the invited guests, and I now bid this to the first aspiring candidate. You are all welcome to this morning's function. Chairperson, the conduct of elections in this country has become the order of the day, and everybody knows now regularly, every 5 years, we have to have elections for the citizens of Uganda to confirm the leaders they want to lead. We have had a journey, dear invited guests and our first aspiring candidate, which we have traveled since December 2018 when we launched the roadmap, and we have been moving, and the highlights of that is that we had to go in the villages, sit with the communities, and identify areas where the leaders will represent at the lowest level of sub-county, which are the electoral areas. After that, we identified what we call polling stations, the points where the voters would go to cast their votes in each of the electoral areas. And this was in preparation for the general update of the voters register, which activity we have also achieved. Thereafter, we took back the register to the community to confirm their presence and also to advise the Electoral Commission on who may be on the register by error. Mr. Chairman, that activity was also executed, and we have achieved so far. Chair and invited guests and our aspiring candidate, we all know, as we progressed with our roadmap, the COVID-19 pandemic came in and we were affected. However, because we are directed by the Constitution to conduct elections, we had to ensure that we put measures in place as guided by government, as guided by the Minister of Health. And Chair, today we are here on one of the key milestones to nominate or to go through a process to identify Ugandan citizens for the position of president. And that's the reason we are here. I would like to once again welcome you, and I take the honor to welcome the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who is also the returning officer for today, to give his remarks and open the process of nomination. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Acting Secretary of the Electoral Commission, distinguished invited guests, members of the Commission, the first aspiring candidate, together with your team. Today, the Electoral Commission commences the exercise for nomination of candidates for presidential elections 2021. The exercise will be conducted for a period of 2 days, commencing today and ending tomorrow at this very venue, starting at 9 a.m. and ending at 5 p.m. on each of the appointed dates. The nomination of candidates for presidential elections marks a critical milestone on the electoral roadmap, as this is the highest elective position in the political structures provided for under the Constitution of Uganda. The Commission salutes the people of Uganda and all stakeholders in the electoral process on reaching this milestone. A person aspiring for nomination as presidential candidate, by way of reminder, shall be a citizen of Uganda by birth, a registered voter over 18 years and above. He or she shall submit certified copies of educational qualifications confirming that he or she obtained a minimum formal education of advanced A-level or its equivalent. The candidate's nomination shall be supported by not less than 100 persons who are registered voters from not less than 98 districts, which form 2/3 of all the districts of Uganda. As of today, the status of submission and verification of presidential supporter forms is as follows. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, National Resistance Movement, verified and cleared. Tumukunde Henry Kakurugu, Independent, verified and cleared. Mwesije Fred, Independent, verified and cleared. Mayambala Wile, Independent, verified and cleared. Kavuleta Kiza Joseph, Independent, verified and cleared. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, National Unity Platform, verified and cleared. Katumba John, Independent, verified and cleared. Kalembe Nancy Linda, Independent, verified and cleared. Amuriat Oboy Patrick, Forum for Democratic Change, verified and cleared. Mugisha Muntu Greg, Alliance for National Transformation, verified and cleared. Aspiring candidates will be required to comply with all requirements as listed in the guidelines issued by the Commission and indicated on the checklist attached in order to be successfully nominated. 1. Nomination paper in triplicate. 2. Declaration by candidates consenting to nomination. 3. Proof of minimum formal education of advanced level or its equivalent. 4. Proof of registration as a voter for the candidate, the proposer, and the seconder. 5. 3 recent postcard size photographs of the proposed candidate. 6. Proof of compliance with Section 10(1) and 1B and 3 of the Presidential Elections Act. 7. Certificate of compliance issued by the Electoral Commission. 8. Proof of payment of non-refundable nomination fee of Uganda shillings 20 million. 9. Selection of a symbol in the case of independent candidates only. Finally, appointment of official agent. The nomination exercise will start at 10 on each of those days and end at 4 p.m. Aspirants are urged to bring along a proposed campaign schedule with a starting date of 9th November 2020 to facilitate smooth harmonization after the nomination exercise. In order to comply with the government or Ministry of Health guidelines and EC standard operating procedures for preventing the spread of COVID-19, the Commission has had to restrict access to the nomination venue to only invited persons. We also urge aspiring candidates to ensure they are accompanied by not more than 10 persons, including the candidate, whose particulars have already been submitted and cleared or accredited by the Electoral Commission. As earlier communicated and emphasized, the persons accompanying the aspiring candidate must have a 72-hour PCR negative test for COVID-19. The Commission made provision for free testing and has since provided test to desist from mobilizing supporters to accompany them to and from the nomination venue, as processions are not permitted during this exercise. For the avoidance of doubt, the incumbent president, who is also a candidate, shall use such facilities as are ordinarily attached to his office. This is in line with Section 27, subsection 2 of the Presidential Elections Act. We further urge the general public to follow the arrangements issued by Uganda Police for traffic flow along the routes leading from Kyambogo University and the vicinity. Upon successful nomination, candidates who may wish to meet with their supporters for purposes of launching their manifestos are advised to organize and hold such a meeting in a regulated manner, preferably virtual, with limited attendance of at least 70 persons to enable the observance of the 2 meters social distancing rule for the persons attending the meeting. The candidates and venue owners must ensure that the campaign or meeting venues are provided with hand-washing facilities and sanitizers, and that the supporters attending the campaigns or meetings wear face masks at all times while accessing and exiting the meeting venue. The Commission will appoint or announce the polling date after the nomination of all the candidates. The Commission has also designed a program that will facilitate swift conduct of the nomination exercise, giving the bulk of the nomination documents, lists of supporters which have been verified in advance. To ensure smooth conduct of the exercise, the Commission has advised aspiring candidates to book in advance their time for preferred nomination, which many of them have done. And I want to commend the first aspiring candidate for having kept time. Please note that aspiring candidates may be required to be physically present, but in case a candidate has tested positive for COVID-19, then his or her presence will be dispensed with, but he or she will be nominated in absentia, provided the nominator and the seconder are present with all the necessary requirements. The Commission will, after scrutiny and satisfaction that the requirements have been fulfilled, declare the aspiring candidate duly nominated. The nominated candidate is at liberty, after nomination, to address the public through the media in the media center that is set up at the nomination venue. In conclusion, the Commission calls upon all aspiring candidates, their agents and supporters to follow the guidelines that have been issued for this nomination exercise. We also want to urge the rest of Ugandans that let us act in a peaceful, civil, tranquil manner so that we have a peaceful electoral process leading up to polling. This will enable the Commission to conduct the exercise in an orderly, peaceful, and safe manner. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you, Lord Chair, for that brief. And with that, we'd like to start on the nomination process. And would like to invite the Secretary Electoral Commission, Mr. Mlekwa Leonard, who is going to take the aspiring candidate through the process by inviting the proposer and seconder together with the documents that are required. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Briefly, the program is going to run as follows. Now that the aspiring candidate is already here, we are going to request the proposer and the seconder to hand over the documents. The documents will be verified for completeness and all the other requirements as the chair has listed. On satisfactory verification, the chair will proceed to declare the aspiring candidate nominated, and thereafter the aspiring candidate will leave the nomination area. And as earlier said by Chair, I think there's an organized press area where the candidate may interact with the media, and then the candidate will be at liberty to leave. I would like to take this honor now for the first candidate, the first aspiring candidate, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the nominator and seconder, to present the documents. To the returning officer with the chairperson, Electoral Commission. The nomination documents for aspiring candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni have been presented to the chair, and we are going to hand them over to the commission team to check for completeness, and then they will advise the chair. For now, I will request the people to take their seats.
The nomination exercise is a joyous affair, and from our DJ, he'll give us some appropriate accompanying music. But what is going on is a scrutiny of the papers that have been presented. And like Mr. Mlekwa said, what we are looking at are the following. Is the nomination paper submitted in 3 copies. Has the aspiring candidate consented to the nomination? Other documents like proof of minimum formal education, of A-level or its equivalent, and proof of registration as a voter, proposer and a seconder. So our teams are handling that. Now, for the benefit of those who are meeting the commission for the first time, I'd like to take the honor to let you know how this table is constituted. My immediate right is Commissioner Justin Ahabwe Mugabi, Commissioner. Next is Commissioner Peter Emorud, Commissioner. And then next is Commissioner Natalie Etomalu, member of the Commission. The chairperson has already talked to us. We've heard from him, Justice Simon Ngenyi-Byabakama. And the deputy chairperson, Hajat Aisha Lubega. And next to the secretary, extreme right, is Commissioner Alhaji Mustafa Chigozi Sebagala. We have apologies from Commissioner Honorable Stephen Tashebia, who is not able to be with us. He lost a father just a few days ago, and the family is still going through that time. So once again, you are welcome to the nomination venue. We have on my left, a team comprising of legal officers and election management staff who are perusing the papers for correctness, that the particulars that have been submitted are those that are required according to the law. But we also have another team that is supporting the exercise on the extreme right, from IT department and voter data and finance, to ensure that that part that is required is also complied with. We're humbled to have in our presence high-level delegation accompanying the aspiring candidate, and we welcome you, Mama Janet. You're welcome to this occasion. I want to say the title's right, but we're honored to have high-level delegation from the NRM, including the Right Honorable Prime Minister who is with us. We welcome you, sir. And the SG, the NRM, we welcome you, Madam. You're welcome, please enjoy. It's a joyous affair, like we said. And as we go through the process, I will call on the DJ to give us appropriate accompanying music. Thank you very much. Oh, someone said I did not say my name. My name is Paul Bukenya. I am acting spokesperson, Electoral Commission. Thank you very much and welcome.
obubaka buno bukutosibwako.
Well, thank you so much. And of course, now that is what you are seeing at the National Nomination Center at Chambogo University this morning. Now it's day one, and this exercise that runs today will end tomorrow. And we expect that by tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock, all the candidates shall have been nominated are those who shall have gone through the sieve and qualified to contest for this position of a president in the next coming elections of 2021. Now, you remember that during of course, this is going to be the 6th election, an adult suffrage election, where all Ugandans have a right to choose and to vote for their president from 1996 to date. And here is where we are today. With me in studios, of course, is Dr. Chris Baryomunsi. Yes, Dr. Chris Baryomunsi. The exercise is actually ongoing, and the documents there are being verified for candidate Museveni. Your candidate, whom you presented today to that particular. What is expected of the NRM members and, of course, Ugandans after this nomination exercise?
Yes, first of all, today we expect all NRM members, countrywide, wherever they are, to put on a yellow, because it's a very great day. Our presidential flag bearer is being nominated. And once the nomination exercise is closed, by the end of tomorrow, beginning 9th of November, the campaigns will officially start. But of course, we are campaigning in a period of COVID, and therefore the campaigns have to be scientific. There will be no massive rallies like we have had in the past, but we shall be using virtual campaigning and also small meetings, and also use of the media, especially the radio and the television. True for President Yoweri Museveni, true for the rest of the candidates.
Okay.
And therefore it's a departure from the past, but we hope to be able to reach out to Ugandans wherever they are.
Okay.
So
let's get back to Paul Bukenya, the EC spokesperson, to hear from him.
Minister of Works, welcome your presence, sir, and recognize you, sir. Deputy IGG is here with us this morning. Hajat Wangadia. The Vice Chairman of the NRM, Alhaj Moses Chigongo. Recognize your presence, sir. We salute you, sir. Welcome. Mama Janet already welcomed you. Thanks for accompanying the aspiring candidate always. Thank you so much. And of course, the NRM Secretary General, Honorable Kasulu Lumumba. Thanks for organizing a team that complies with the guidance we gave. This is how we wanted the team composed, in small numbers. Thank you for doing that.
Election under multipartyism. And amazingly, that this time around, we seem to have more independents than actually people representing political parties. Are we digressing, going back into the movement system? Because the first election that we had in 1996 was between Yoweri Museveni, Paul Kawanga Semogerere, and Muhammad Mayanja Chibirige. Now, none of these are the political party. When we went to 2001, we didn't have political parties yet with us, because we had actually just gone through that referendum to choose to stay in the movement system. And the candidates that we had there were Yoweri Museveni, Kiza Besigye. Of course, we had no party. We had Agri Awori, Chibirige Mayanja, Francis Bwenje, and Chapa Karuhanga. Then we get into, and now the fray of multipartyism. Surprisingly, we see so many independents. I think we first of all need to go back to Chambogo to hear from the commissioners there.
Just the copies of the documents.
obubaka buno bukutusibwako ekitongole ekivunaanyizibwa ku byokulonda ekya Electoral Commission.
As the verification of documents continues, I would like to recognize in our presence the Deputy Mufti of Uganda, who gave us the opening prayer this morning. You're welcome, sir, and thanks for representing the faith community very well. His Eminence Sheikh Abdallah Semambo. You're welcome, sir. We also have in our presence representative of the Uganda Kings and Culture Leaders Forum, Right Honorable Ambassador Georgia Tim. Thank you for coming to represent the culture community. I see here the government spokesperson, Ofona Pondo, is with us this morning. And I think together we'll take out the message of self-participation in the electoral process like we've been doing. We can do that and promote self-participation and responsible exercise of rights during the electoral process. Because we need to protect the supporters, the electorate, the communities from the danger of spread of COVID-19 during the electoral process. So small gatherings and regulated meetings. Thank you, Bwana Oo, for your presence. We have representation from civil society, Mrs. Elizabeth Ranga for Women in Elections. Thank you for coming and attending the nomination and witnessing it. So as the nomination verification continues, we still send out that message to the aspiring candidates, and now the first aspiring candidate, that it is possible to participate safely in the electoral process, protecting our electorate from the danger of spread of COVID-19 through use of non-contact means of engagement and through low human-to-human contact, where we have small, simple, regulated meetings, and remote engagement through the media, where millions can hear your message and participate in the process. We want to come out of the electoral process when you're alive and healthy, strong, and ready to take our country, continue taking our country and advancing it after the elections in February next year. So take our message as Electoral Commission, and together let us see achieve a safe electoral process in 2021. I want to thank you. With the chairperson is Mr. Omar Chimba. He's the head of election management. He's responsible for ensuring that everything that has been presented complies with the requirements in the law. Mr. Chimba Omar is responsible for all of that. And he holds a very, very important stamp, which I see he has now passed on to the chairperson. Looks like the paperwork is progressing well, and we'll hear an announcement shortly from the chairperson. This nomination exercise is being followed by hundreds, perhaps in millions of viewers from Uganda and across the globe via television, and of course being followed on radio and social media. Now you realize it's important. Every single page of the nomination documents is being signed and stamped, and that is that shows that the returning officer has looked at every document that has been submitted and every page and has been satisfied that it complies with the requirements of the law. It's very important, as this is a very, very sensitive exercise where you need to satisfy yourself that there's been compliancy as required in the law. So that explains perhaps the long process that we see, every page being stamped and signed and dated, so that we remove doubt concerning the suitability of an aspiring candidate. The Secretary has brought in a seal of the Electoral Commission to introduce a seal to the documents, and that's a sign that the documents are progressing well, I believe. And the seal finally seals it, like the word itself. And after that, then you know that your file is able or ready to move on to the next step, which is declaration. On this side, I'll take opportunity to introduce some of the technical team that we have that have perused and satisfied themselves with the documents that have been presented by the aspiring candidate. Dr. Angel Jennifer heads our legal department. You can salute us. Mr. Ochama Ahmed heads our voter data management. He's satisfied with the list of voters who have been presented by the aspiring candidate. Mr. Kugonza Enoka is a principal legal officer. I think you are satisfied with the declarations that have been made by the aspiring candidate. Olivia, our beloved and hardworking secretary there. According to our program, after the candidate has been declared nominated, we are inviting such a candidate to talk to the nation. If you realized, we've had limited media presence here, also part of the compliance with the COVID measures, COVID-19 prevention measures. But we provided for a media tent where there will be opportunity to talk to the country, to talk to the people, and to make a statement, the first statement as a nominated candidate for the 2021 general elections. So I call upon dear members of the press to follow the protocol that we put in place. We would not want to keep nominated candidates here beyond the time that we agreed, and I think we know that, as media. So we will interact with the candidate in the media tent so that they address the nation and mention what's going on and what they plan to do in the coming electoral process. We have with us today International Republican Institute. These are some of our partners who help work with us and support and complement our voter education and training initiatives. Mr. Nyakana Frank Rusa, you're welcome. We also have our old-time friend who's always walking the journey with us, Crispin Kaheru, election expert. We salute you, sir. Thanks for coming to be with us this morning. Now, when you see the pen coming in, that means the ink is now getting onto the paper. You saw the seal, you saw the stamp. That sends a good message that the paperwork is moving well. It's moving fine. The land judge consulting with the technical team and the proposer to ensure that everything is set before he makes a declaration concerning the nomination. And that appears is satisfied with the answers that is obtained from the people he's inquiring from. So ink touches paper, and I think the proposer is greatly relieved, aren't you? Sure, relieved. Thank you. Yeah. We have with us Chair, Returning Officer, the Chairperson of the Lecturers Union Association for Universities, Mr. Dr. Chana Francis is here with us. Dr. Chana, thank you for representing the association. Thank you very much. After the first aspirant has gone through the process, we expect to have continue with the process and receive other aspiring candidates. The next one expected at 1 p.m. and through the day 2 p.m., 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. But as you know, nomination is over 2 days. So yes, it's very important that aspiring candidates have booked their time. The commission is still open and welcoming aspiring candidates who fulfill requirements for nomination over the period of 2 days. And I think that addresses the question from members of the public and the press that there are some people who have not yet scheduled but have been in the line. As and when they satisfy and comply with the requirements, why not they will join the queue and get into the nomination venue for purposes of nominations. I believe that the proposer has answered all the questions and has been excused. So the chairperson and the team continues with the final processes, preparing the paperwork for the nomination, the declaration that's supposed to be made shortly.
Thank you for your patience. Been going through the paperwork of the first aspiring candidate, and everything seems to be satisfactory. Therefore, I, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, being the returning officer for the nomination of presidential candidates, hereby declare that Yoweri Museveni Tibuhaburwa Kaguta, a duly nominated candidate in respect of the presidential elections 2021, having fulfilled the nomination requirements under the Presidential Elections Act 2005 as amended. As a duly nominated candidate, you will be required to observe the following. A, appoint an official agent who will coordinate your campaign meetings and media program, and also attend meetings on your behalf where necessary. Secondly, avail the commission with the schedule of your campaign meetings and media program as soon as practicable to facilitate the smooth harmonization of all the candidates' campaign programs countrywide. Finally, you'll be required to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Electoral Commission on compliance with the harmonized campaign program and adherence to the campaign guidelines, including the COVID-19 standard operating procedures. I wish you success. Thank you so much. May I invite your agent to receive these copies, please? Leonard, yes, sir.
Traditionally, over the past few times when we've had nominations, we've been doing a handshake, but now we can only do the handshake from a distance because we wave. Yeah, sure, we wave as a measure, you know, to protect each other from the risk and the potential of spreading COVID-19. So we congratulate you, sir, on your successful nomination. And now with our protocol team, dear members, and with your permission, sir, we'd like to have the nominated candidate, no longer aspiring candidate, nominated candidate, to be ushered to the media tent and talk to the press, talk to the nation. Our DJ could give us appropriate accompanying music. It's a joyous day. It's a joyous event.
Our nominated candidate of the National Resistance Movement Party has been duly nominated. He came to Kyambogo at exactly 10:53, 7 minutes to 10 o'clock. And of course, at exactly 10:36, there he goes. Let's first of all hear from Jordan Lukomwa at Kyambogo.
Hello. Sit down, please. Members of the press, I want to thank the Electoral Commission for nominating me as the flag bearer of the National Resistance Movement for the coming presidential elections. I want to thank my nominators who are here. Gaddafi, Nasur, there, and Sekou. And before that, I had been nominated as a flag bearer for the party by Dr. Rugunda. Now today, I was accompanied here by the Vice President, who is there, by Alhaj Chigongo, our Vice Chairman, by Dr. Rakana Rugunda, the Secretary General of the NRM, then there's one of my veterans, Hajat Bakari. She has been with us for a long time. Then there is a Muzukuru from Karamoja. And then there is a veteran. And who else? And Dombo. Dombo is from the Secretariat. So that was my team. So I also want to thank the NRM supporters in the districts who signed, who nominated me, because you must get 100, at least 100 from each district, from 2/3 of the districts. But we got more than the 2/3. So I thank all those people who nominated me. This afternoon, we are going to launch our manifesto in Mununyo. And in that launch, we are going to give you the details of what we plan to do. Here, what I would like to emphasize is safety of the Ugandans. I have not checked the latest, but when I last checked the other day, 110 Ugandans had died from the coronavirus. And some of these were young people, some of them were old people but mature, but healthy, but they died. 110 of them. The ones who have been infected are more than almost, I think we are going now to almost 20,000, but many have recovered. Nevertheless, even when we recover, we are not sure about the consequences. Some people say that even when you recover, you remain with scars in the lungs and so on. Therefore, the best thing is for you not to get this disease. Now, our people seem not to understand this. The other day, I was in Iganga. We had not called for a public meeting. We are just going to launch the construction of the road. But there was a huge gathering of people are not observing social distancing. I tried to talk to them, but they seem not to be getting the message. But I did not encourage them by staying there alone. I just waved to them and went on. Therefore, I would really like to appeal to the Ugandans in our local languages nti obulwadde buno tembuzanyisa, temulowooza nti muzannyo, obulwadde butta. Bano 110 abafudde bonna abasinga babadde balamu, tebabadde na bulwadde bw'amaanyi, baba beemanyi ng'abantu. Ng'omukugu waffe ow'ebyamazzi Nafaabi yabadde mukugu ennyo, ate abadde akola omulimu omulungi erimoto mu kisaalu kyeyo okujja abantu mu lutobazi n'okubayigiriza okulunda ebyennyanja. Namusangayo emyezi nga 3 egiwedde naye kati afudde. N'abalala muganda wange Kitaka abadde omusawo munnasayansi n'ekika kya waggulu, yali ajanjaba ente zange enkwa emyaka gino gyonna emabega eyo, naye kati naye atugendako. Therefore, please don't take this disease carelessly. Mpulira nti ab'omukyalo bagamba nti obulwadde buno mu kyalo tebuliyo, nti bwa tawuni yokka. Si kituufu. Yes, omukyalo bwadde tebunasensala kubanga we preempted the tukabutangayo tukabulafukira. Twasalawo mangu okugala ensalo y'ensonga tebayingira nnyo munda, naye kati buli wano mu tawuni, naye kiri mu tawuni n'omukyalo kigenda kutuuka bwemba temwekuumye. So don't say this is a disease of the town. First of all, it's not true. Some of the villages are already affected, but even those which are not affected will be affected if we do not, if we are not careful. Second, thirdly, I would like to encourage everybody to maintain peace. To maintain peace. Mpulira kubanga nesimbyewo naye ate ndi president. n'olwekyo mpulira bingi amatu gange gali wansi eyo mpulira abaagala kutabula bakola bino ebyekisulu kino bayiye kino bayiye kiri njagala kubakakasa nti tewaliwo omuntu agenda kutabula wano era anaagezako agenda kwejusa kubanga ffe tetuzanya NRM yarwana kuleeta eddembe mu nsi muno tewaliwo atusinga mundu wano ebyokulwana tewaliwo atusinga okumanya ebyokulwana naye tetukanga bantu olwekyo tewabawo asumaasuma ng'ayagala kutabula kubanga agenda kwejusa era byonna ebifuna ebyekisulusulu ebiri eyo bagala kukola kino bagala kukola kiri bagala kukola kiri bakolagana baani ab'ebweru muyinza kukolagana okujja simanyi guno nakolagana naye ebweru agenda kukyusa ebyawano tugenda kwereetera olumbe lw'obwereere era njagala okukakasa bannayuganda temutya muntu yenna bwemuwulira omusiru ayogera ebyekisulusulu mumuloope ab'omutima ekyalopa kubanga balowooza nti abapoliisi bali corrupt. It is possible but fune kuba eddala oyo omupoliisi ali corrupt tugenda kumugjawo tuteekewo omulala kubanga abaana baffe balonye emirimu bangi tetulina kubeeraawo twetise abatakola so nga baagala kukola bwe bali. So therefore 2 points I want to make here. First of all, corona, please observe the guidelines. But secondly, peace. The one who wants to bring you to disturb, don't try, because we shall deal with you. Secondly, nobody should be intimidated by these crooks. And also corruption. I hear people who are corrupt, want to do this, want to do this. We are preparing. We shall get you. So I thank you. We shall say more in the afternoon in Minonyo when we are launching our manifesto. Thank you very much.
Yes, we thank you so much for watching UBC TV. We are still coming to you live from Kyambogo, where we have had the NRM candidate successfully being nominated here by the Electoral Commission, and he is now a fully fledged candidate. Yes, he was talking to us, the media, and he warned emphatically that he has information that there are people that are planning to do a number of things, probably subversive activities, I will guess, but he says the government of Uganda is ready and very ready to handle the situation, and nothing like that will be accepted or will be allowed to happen. Yes, he was here with a number of NRM officials that accompanied him, and it is time for his departure. According to what I know, there will be a launch of the manifesto in Munyonyo, and that's where he says he will head to from here, and he will talk more about that. I'm trying to talk to the two young people that have been part of his nomination. That is Gaddafi Nasul and the young lady, and we want to hear from them because they must be having reasons. But as you can see, he's now saying bye-bye to his team, and I think they will meet in Munyonyo. We thank you so much for watching. Gwatulaba ku Star TV. President Yoweri Museveni amaze okusunsulwa nga agenda okwesimbawo okuba president ku tiketi y'ekibiina kya NRM. Azze n'abamwerekeddeko bangi okuva mu kibiina okuli Mama Janet, Prime Minister Dr. Rugunda, Alhaji Moses Kigongo, Justin Kasolo Lumumba, Secretary General, n'abalala. Asunsuddwa, asembeddwa abantu babiri.
Okay, well, thank you so much. That's Jordan Lokomwa, just right there at Kyambogo at the National Nomination Center. And of course, trying to also find, He's trying to speak to a few people just right there, as you can see, and I think let's give him an opportunity to hear from him and what he has to say. But of course, candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the National Resistance Movement Party has been duly nominated. He is the first. He arrived at the nomination center 7 minutes to 10 o'clock. Remember, he was on schedule to be there at 7 o'clock. I'd rather beg your pardon, at 10 o'clock. And now that is one of those cards that are supposed to be given to him officially by the Electoral Commission officially as he gets into these campaigns. Now, for every candidate who actually goes through the exercise and duly nominated, of course, the Electoral Commission has got to do that. Now, this is one of the things that people are saying, why can't the exercise be done scientifically? The Electoral Commission just goes through, verifies, nominates, and tells people possibly on Zoom or internet, wherever, that you've been duly nominated. But that's the other exercise that happens there. For every duly nominated candidate, they give them a vehicle and, of course, security to accompany them. And this is security that they're going to have and be with till the end of the exercise when we get into voting ultimately. But the exercise now kicks off and starts, and the Electoral Commission has told or given a candidate Museveni just right there the guidelines of what needs to be done and the things that he should ensure that it happens for us to have a smooth exercise. Let's hear from some of the nominators of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni here.
You mingle with, what is their state in your view?
What do you mean state?
Yes, people talk about poverty, unemployment, and things like that.
Of course, a lot of...
do you also see it?
Yes, I do, but a lot of work is being done. For instance, the many industrial parks. Okay. You know, all countries that have tackled youth unemployment have used industrialization, and that's where Uganda is going. We have good roads, we have enough energy, we have enough electricity, so it would be able to attract investors internally and externally to come and provide at least a good number of jobs to Ugandans. Actually, basing on the agro industries and even those that manufacture other products, they will be able to substitute what we import to be manufactured here, and we shall export more. So that's the basis of solving the big issue of unemployment. And I think we shall tackle it because at least everything is there. If we have a surplus of power, so it means we have many more need of industries to come and consume the power. And with industries, you mean millions of jobs to young Ugandans.
Okay. Yeah. About the girl child, Seku, before I allow you, I'll let you go. The girl child in Uganda, is there a future for her that we are securing come 2021? That is, if Justice Byabakama declares Yoweri Museveni your candidate winner.
Yes, there is a future for girl child. Actually, I'm a human rights activist and a girl child freedom fighter. I believe that my candidate, YK Museveni, has a bright vision and a bright future for the girl child in this country. We shall have very many activities and employment opportunities for the girls come 2021 to 2026. I believe it's going to create, actually we have started by creating skills like Skilling a Girl Child Uganda, which has created employment for so many young girls all over the country. Yes.
Now, you're a girl child. I had one of the contenders, one of the candidates, scorning at your candidate that last elections he promised sanitary pads and the girls did not get them. As a girl child, what kind of hope do you give to your counterparts?
Well, thank you so much, Michael Jordan Lokomoy, just right there at Chambogo. And now back to studios, Honorable Barrio Munsi. Well, your candidate has been duly nominated, and he's now actually a candidate, ready for now anything from this day onwards. He's now focusing too at the victory of 2021.
Yes, we are very happy and very excited as members of NRM that our candidate has been successfully nominated, and now we look forward to mobilizing Ugandans in the next 2 months so that we turn the country yellow and be able to vote him back into the seat of the president.
Okay.
And the strong reasons why we think President Yoweri Museveni remains the most suitable candidate to deliver Uganda, to take Uganda ahead, because we know where the country has come from, we know the history of this country, and we also know that under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, Uganda has made and registered a lot of progress in very many fronts, democracy being one, but also transformation being the other. When you look at service delivery, when you look at the things which have been done in the last 30 years, I am sure those who are old enough, if you compare the past, say after independence, the 24 years we had after independence, that is 62 to 86. And from 86 to now, you agree with me that a lot of progress has been registered under the leadership of Yoweri Museveni. So since he's still strong, still ready to serve, we shall support him so that we continue to make
let me bring to this conversation Flight Captain George Mike Mukula, the National Vice Chairperson for Eastern Uganda, National Resistance Movement, and also SEC member. Captain Mike Mukula, Honorable, are you with us? Let's see you and, of course, get you to this conversation. Join Dr. Baryomunsi. Captain Mukula.
Good morning, UBC, and it is indeed a joyous occasion to join my comrade. It's morning, of course, you know that very well, to join my brother and comrade, Honorable Baryomunsi, on this discussion. First of all, I take the opportunity to congratulate General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, our revolutionary leader, upon being nominated as the flag bearer of the mighty revolutionary party of the National Resistance Movement. To us, this is the ongoing struggle as a revolutionary party to consolidate the gains of the National Resistance Movement and to secure the future of this country.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, there you are. You've been following the proceedings, and of course, you've been following everything as it continues to unfold at Kyambogo. How do you feel that candidate Museveni has actually been duly nominated, and what should Ugandans now expect? Especially now that Captain Mike Mukula, you know that I will not use your chopper during these campaigns to move around the country here and there like it was in 2016. How do you think this is going to be managed in a scientific manner as you also signed the MOU to observe all the COVID SOPs?
It's important for us to note that Uganda and the lives of the people of Uganda are more important than anything else. And that's why, as a party, we submit ourselves to the guidelines and the protocol which has been issued by the Independent Electoral Commission to ensure that we continue to observe all the guidelines that have been issued. Secondly, I have taken the initiative to ensure that if there is anything that we have to take in terms of coordinating these elections, if we are to use the helicopter, we will do that in consonance and in agreement with the Independent Electoral Commission. So, in essence, I want to say that the National Resistance Movement, and for us at the leadership, will ensure that we will maintain the protocol and adhere to the guidelines that have been issued.
Okay, we are talking about securing a future as a slogan this time. Now, the last elections was steady progress. This time we talk about securing your future. And I think the young persons of Uganda need to really understand what this means. We've read quite a number of social media posts where the big man has actually been castigated and scorned for his slogan here. But talk about it as a leader in this party, the slogan for which you're going to write these campaigns this time.
What is important for you to know that we are going to be 35 years in power January the 26th, 2021. It is important that the people of Uganda, especially the young generation, do appreciate and understand where we have come from, where we are today, and where we are going. And in order to secure the future and where we are going, we need to ensure that certain fundamentals remain in place and continue to gain those fundamentals. What am I talking about? understand the fact that in the last 34 years that we've been in power, the national resistance movement for 32 years has been fighting to bring peace and stability to this country. I want to assure you that 14 major fighting groups in different formations from West Nile, under the Uganda Rescue Front Part 2, the West Nile Bank Front Part 1 under Colonel Juma Oris, the late. You've also got Alice Lakwena. You've also got people like Kony. The Karamojong had close to 80,000 guns in their domain. The UPA in Teso, the Uganda, the FOBA, what you call Force of Waterback, at the borders of Busia, the border of Ruakaka, and so on and so forth. You've got a group like, which was in Buganda here, a group of Itongwa, Chirimutu. In the west, you had a group of Nalu under the National Army for the Liberation of Uganda. You have ADF. All these major groups attempted to overthrow and destabilize the country. For almost a half of the time NRM was in power, 3/4 of the NRM was in power, the LRA cut off the whole northern part of the country. We had IDPs, internally displaced people, in large numbers. What I want to say and anchor here is that now from the northern part of the country to the southern part of the country, east to the west, Uganda is now totally under peace. This is a fundamental gain. Number two is that NRM is exporting peace now to the neighboring region under our core value number 2 of the national resistance movement. And that is Pan-Africanism. We're in Somalia providing African solutions to the African problems. We're in Southern Sudan, and we've been able to guide and guarantee the stability of South Sudan by sending our gallant forces, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, to secure and avert what would have been one of the largest and one of the most difficult times to the people of South Sudan, the youngest nation in the world, where we would have seen possibly the demise of close to 3 million people. This would have been a very big challenge to a newly baptized nation like South Sudan. The entire sub-region enjoys peace and stability because of Uganda. Because of these fundamental gains that we have made, it is important that we maintain peace. Number two, we ensure that the challenges we face as a nation, social economic transformation, addressing the needs of the people of Uganda, things like poverty, unemployment, corruption, and all this is securing the future of this country.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Captain Honorable Mike Mukola, just right there. You're looking very lovely in Bogolobi, and of course, with the discussion. Back to your comrade in studios here, Dr. Chris Bariomunsi. Captain Mike Mukola was trying to unpack for us your slogan this time around. Do you think this is actually going to make any meaning to Ugandans? Because the other side that is opposing you, majority of them have actually adopted what they call a new Uganda, building a new Uganda for a good Uganda. It's new Uganda, new Uganda, new Uganda. So Uganda needs rebirth. Do you think these slogans do make anything to Ugandans, or we love and we hate?
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to thank my brother Mike Mukola for explaining very well, securing our future. And he has tackled it from the standpoint of security and stability in the country, but also when we examine where Uganda has come from, there is a time when Uganda had collapsed. And with NRM coming into play, we have seen, for instance, the survival rates of children whom we give birth to increasing. Because from the perspective of health, we've been able to address issues of child health, and now children survive. That's why you see many people now in Uganda thriving. When NRM came in 1986, our total population was about 14.8 million Ugandans. Now we talk of over 42 million. Why? Because when you produce a child today, that child will survive, will not die of infant death or under 5 mortality and so forth and so forth. So securing our future means also NRM guaranteeing that we shall survive in terms of our health. When you look at our young people, now we have better and improved access to education. When I went to university in 1990, it was like a miracle for someone from a village to go to university.
From Kanungu.
From Kanungu. But now, every child has access. We have very many universities, tertiary institutions, secondary schools are very many. Now Ugandan children have access to university and tertiary education. Probably the major challenge that we have, and many commentators have talked about it, is ensuring that we get gainful employment for these millions of young people who are getting educated. And therefore, when we talk of a new Uganda, we are already in a new Uganda, because we had a collapsed Uganda after independence, and then NRM, Uganda has been re-engineered, Uganda has been renewed, and therefore those using slogans of a new Uganda and so forth probably don't know the Uganda we are living in. So we are already in a new Uganda, which is transformed, where progress is being realized. So therefore, they can criticize for the sake, but the majority of Ugandans know where Uganda has come from, know where it is, and know which party, which leader can take Uganda into a secure future.
Captain Mike Mukula, if you are still with me, just right there, I have another one here for you before I let you go, to just take you through the history. The first multi-party election that we had in 2006 had only one independent candidate, and that was Dr. Bed Wanika. In 2011, we had our second multi-party election, which had 8 candidates, but there was only actually one independent candidate, Samuel Lubega Mukako. The third multi-party election that we had in 2016 had 8 candidates with 3 independents. Now, with the number of independents is just growing. I just want to know from you, Honorable Mukola, we are now having more independents. Are we failing on building multipartyism, or we've just realized over the years that these political parties mean nothing to us as a country?
I think what is important for us to note is that the journey of democracy in a young nation like Uganda is a progressive one. And I want to assert one very clear and fundamental position. The multi-party dispensation is a process. Not many people have embraced multipartyism in its totality. And that's why individual merit continues to persist or to exist. The appetite, however, for democracy and the appetite for elective offices is growing. That means that the people of Uganda are embracing the democratic principles. I also want to assert that anchors our fourth pillar in the national resistance movement, which is the deepening internal democracy and widening the democratic practice in the country. Article 1 of the Constitution is quite clear that power belongs to the people, and they will exercise that democratic right by exercising their electoral capacity and power through an election, which will be seen to be free and fair. And I want to say that this is a clear indication that the people of Uganda are embracing democracy. The national resistance movement in 1995 was able, through the the constitutional amendments and when we were able to usher in the new democratic constitutional provisions, when we were able to midwife the new constitution in 1995, it showed very clearly that the national resistance movement is consolidating the gains on the democratic front. I want therefore to say that while more and more people are coming into the democratic front, it shows that democracy in Uganda is starting to blossom.
Now take you to the Kyambogo Nomination Center, where Jordan Lukoma is having an exclusive interview with the EC chairperson, Justice Ebyamukama. We'll now go to Kyambogo.
Very good morning once again to you tuned into UBC TV. We are still coming to you live from Kyambogo, the grounds where the Electoral Commission is holding the nominations for presidential candidates 2021 general elections. Yes, we have an opportunity to talk to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, a man not very new to the UBC screens, that is Justice Simon Byabakama. And my lord, good morning.
Good morning, Michael.
You must be the busiest man in the world now.
That makes two of us. UBC is also busy.
Okay, this is your first nomination as the chairperson. How does it feel and how ready are you to handle to the end?
Well, it's quite exciting, I must say. This is our first general election that my commission is handling, and we are really very proud to be part of this historical moment in our country, and we want to pledge our commitment to the people of Uganda that we are determined to ensure that we hold credible, free and fair elections as required of us.
Okay. One, you have had the first candidate, and he was supposed to be here. Actually, he beat the time. He came here at 10 exactly. Yes. Why do we have a very long interval to the second candidate? Had you given him all the time? Why do we have? Because from the time he has left to 1 p.m., those would have been more 3 candidates.
You see, when we...
Actually, why I'm asking, I've already seen misinterpretations of that on a number of platforms where political actors think what. So there is need for you to clear the air on that.
No, you see what happened, Michael, is that one, we asked the aspirants we asked all aspirants that, look, you need to book with us the time when you are scheduled to appear. Okay? Book with us the time and the date when you are scheduled to appear, and then we confirm that time and the day. And the first candidate, the first aspirant, who is now a candidate, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, was the first actually to book 10 o'clock this morning. Now, the other person who had booked for 11 o'clock this morning, or the person who had booked for 11 o'clock, is aspirant Norbert Mao. But aspirant Norbert Mao submitted in his papers bearing the signatures of his supporters from 98 districts late. And I think by yesterday evening, the verification process was still ongoing, so we could not confirm his booking before he's cleared by the verification team. You see, so that's why there's this long interview. It was not deliberate on our part to give the first candidate. Yes.
So what happens? Let the DP people know. So what is
Mao? If the verification process is ongoing, as I said, he submitted his papers rather late. The verification process is ongoing. Fortunately for him, tomorrow is also a free day. I mean, tomorrow is also nomination day. So if there is a slot for him tomorrow, he will be nominated. But he has written to us, booking 11 o'clock today, but his papers have not been verified. And therefore, we could not confirm that he's eligible for nomination before the verification process is concluded.
We have seen 10 pickups here that you're going to give. Actually, you have already handed over one to the first candidate. How much have they costed you, and how relevant are they? Again, what is the other thing that comes with the package? Are you only giving them a pickup? What else?
Well, I'm told the cost of each pickup is about...
Did you say you're told?
No, but I'm aware, because my team has briefed me, who handle these procurements and so on, that each pickup costs me about 160 million, 160 to 180 million. I'm not so much into figures and so on. But it's a brand new pickup, and the law requires us to provide each presidential candidate with a security vehicle manned by security personnel, okay, for 6 per vehicle, and then we also provide him or her with the 4 security guards at home. So that is all. There is no other provision that we are supposed to avail to the candidates. None.
It goes with nothing else.
Nothing else. Nothing else. It goes with nothing else. But we fuel the vehicles. We service them. We pay the security detail who are going to accompany the candidate, wherever he goes, during the campaign season.
I have seen a process that involves verification of academic documents and things like that. Do you have the capacity, the right and the capacity mainly as the Electoral Commission to verify academic documents?
Well, you see, one, if the law says that you are supposed to have the minimum advanced A-level certificate or its equivalent as a minimum. So we look at the academic documents that have been presented by the candidate. Now, if one has a direct A-level certificate, that's what we look at. If one has the equivalent of A-level, then the certificate obtained from National Council for Higher Education is what we look at. So he must submit that certificate together with the nomination papers. If one has a higher qualification than A-level, then he or she also is entitled to submit that document. So we look at those documents. And secondly, and most importantly, on the issue of establishing or verifying the authenticity of those documents is open to the public, because after nominations, the public is at liberty to come and scrutinize these documents of each candidate and ascertain whether indeed they are authentic, and if there are any issues, that person is at liberty to raise a complaint to the commission. If we look through, if we find merit in the complaint or petition, and we establish that the candidate should not have been nominated, the law allows us to denominate him or her. We have the right to denominate.
How do you tell? You have experts that can really ascertain authenticity of the academic documents.
Well, of course, you see, you rely on, we have the experts, the institutions that are said to have issued those qualifications. Those are the experts. And secondly, National Council for Education. Also, they are also experts in that field. But I think in the main, really, what we are interested in is to establish that the candidate has fulfilled all the requirements that are spelled out in the law. And that's the basic thing. Now, after the nominations are done, then scrutiny of the candidate's papers will follow.
There is a time the IGG office lost a case, corruption-related case, where some government officials were accused of a number of things to do with CHOGM money. And the ruling said the IGG office was not fully constituted. It had a number of acting officials. You had a commission that has a number of acting people. Doesn't that affect your works legally?
No. You see, when you look at the Constitution...
Actually, you have an acting secretary, somebody so pivotal like that.
When you look at the Constitution and it talks of a 7-member commission. The commission has 7 members, headed by the chairperson, deputy, and 5 other commissioners. All of us are available. Today, our colleague, Honorable Tashobia, was the only one who was absent because he lost a dad recently, and I think he's still mourning, you know. The burial was on Saturday, so he's still... But we have fully constituted the commission. The other aspect of the commission is what we call the secretariat, which is comprised of the technical people, and they are headed by the secretary. Yes, it is true we have an acting secretary, but that is also within the law. We have an acting director of operations, we have an acting public relations officer, and we have an acting head of IT. I mean, a director of IT. So all those are within the law. They do not in any way. The law does
not question anything like acting.
No.
As long as somebody is
it is within our human resource manual. One can be appointed in an acting position. It is within our human resource manual. And secondly, these are people who have wide experience in the commission and in election-related work. They have been in the commission for so many years. They have conducted so many general elections. So there's no hitch in the work mode and operations of the commission, on account of these acting persons.
Because, my lord, why I asked you, your predecessors have been so many times in courts of law. Actually, even the previous elections, the presidential election ended up in the... you get... So, As a new man in the stewardship, how ready are you to ensure that you absorb all possibilities of ending up of your exercise, concluding its fate in the courts of law?
Look, let me tell you, Michael.
My cameraman and I may be there filming you in the dock.
Michael, these elections are conducted by human beings. Okay? The people who participate in these elections as voters or as candidates are human beings. Okay? Now, it really depends on how we conduct ourselves in relation to what is required of us in the processes of these elections. If some people, for instance, a candidate goes and bribes voters, and bribery is not is prohibited under the electoral laws, and it's one of those instances where the results can be quashed by the courts of law. You get me? How will you avoid going to court?
Last time, 2016, a good number of districts voted at 3 p.m. Yes. I'm talking about how you are avoiding such things. What kind of mitigative measures are you taking right from now to ensure that you don't end up in the courts of law, in the dock, cross-examined, and this man be there filming you?
Now, you're absolutely right. In 2016, there was that unfortunate scenario where some few places in Kampala and Wakiso, I think, did not receive the polling materials any time, and voting started late. We have examined the circumstances that led to that kind of situation. And I want to assure you that my commission is determined. It has taken steps to ensure we do not have a reoccurrence or a repeat of that kind of scenario. We see we have examined the reasons, the causes of that delay, and I can assure you we don't want to see that happen again. We don't want to see that happen again, and we want to assure the people of Uganda that, first of all, we apologize. That was most unfortunate, and the previous commission owned up to it. We are also owning up to it. We have taken remedial steps to safeguard against that kind of unfortunate episode.
I'm borrowing 1 minute. What are the next steps, and when are we voting, things like that? After here, what next, as we wind up?
Well, after here, don't worry, it's your time. What's your hurry? After here, as I said, the candidates will have the first one, those candidates who wish to launch their campaign manifestos. They are at liberty to do that. Understand, the first candidate has gone to do that. Now, secondly, there will be the harmonization of the campaign programs and schedules by all the candidates. That is to follow before they hit the campaign trail, okay? And the campaign trail, I think, officially starts around 9th November, okay? So it is after all these have been undertaken, all the candidates, the aspirants have been nominated, those who qualify, those who will make it, and then the harmonization processes have taken place, then they will hit the campaign trail. So for us now, the ball will be in the candidates' courts, so to speak. But of course, the Electoral Commission remains at all material times in charge of every electoral activity. So we are going to be monitoring that the candidates campaign in a manner that is in compliance with the law, and more specifically in observance with the SOPs that have been put in place to safeguard the lives of the people against the COVID pandemic.
My Lord, I thank you so much for your time. We're still together. We request to talk to you again and again.
The tent is over there for refreshments. Thank you. You are our guests. And you are the one who are informing the people of Uganda what is taking place. UBC.
Thank you so much. That is Justice Simon Byabakama, the chairman of the Electoral Commission. I can only say his general word is that they have prepared very well and all will move smoothly. Gwatulaba ku Star TV tubadde twogera ne ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda omulamuzi Simon Byabakama. Atubuulidde nti beetegekedde.
Well, thank you so much, Michael Jordan Lukomwa. Go for refreshments. The man there has actually ushered you for refreshments. Save some time, go for refreshments. I and Dr. Mario Munsi also having refreshments here. And we now want to close the candidate Museveni section here. But I'll go to you, Honorable Flight Captain Mike Mukula, for your final and end remarks before I let you go. Honorable Mukula, are you still with me?
I'm with you, and let me say that, yes, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to get your final comments because we've run out of our time now, and just your final comments before I let you go. What do you have to tell Ugandans?
Let me say that to the people of Uganda, President Museveni is not a politician. He's a revolutionary leader. He has been able to burn the midnight candle. He has worked so hard for this country. He's still strong and able. He's been able to bring the country from the way it was to where it is today. And I want to say very clearly that you can see from what is going on now in the COVID-19, the country, Uganda, has been in a very precarious position. And COVID-19 is a pandemic which has hit the whole entire world. But the manner in which President Museveni has been able to manage COVID-19 and has remained among the top 10 leaders in the world who have been able to contain or reasonably run the country in a very admirable way. To date, you have slightly about 110 people who have succumbed to COVID-19. We have slightly above 10,000 people who have been infected. Most of them have recovered. If you look at a country like United States, where only yesterday close to 100,000 people were infected in one day, this shows that President Museveni remains one of the most formidable leaders in modern times in Uganda, and he's been able to protect the lives of the people of Uganda, and he's been able to issue guidelines that have protected the country and secure the country going forward. That's number one. Number two is that, as I said earlier, the country remains peaceful and stable from the north to the south, east to the west. This is a fundamental gain because when you look at a nation, what guarantees all these other principles that we are talking about, economic progress, deepening democracy, presidential elections and all this, is the ability to ensure that the country remains peaceful and secure. You cannot hold presidential elections in any nation which is unstable. Uganda has been able to guarantee democracy in this country by remaining peaceful. That is pillar number one. Number two. Number three is that the economic development of the nation. Uganda for over 20 years has maintained economic growth of over 6%. We've been able to maintain things like inflation at 5%. You can see that in the last 34 years Uganda has been in power, President Museveni has been able to build 5 major dams in the country. Electricity by 1986, January 26, had only 62 megawatts. Today Uganda is got close to 1,287 megawatts. Which have been made. You can also see that once we have Karuma Dam in place, we'll be heading towards close to 2,000 megawatts. Electricity guarantees the economic transformation of a nation. It will also guarantee the transformation of a country when you look at things like job creation, reduction of poverty, and infrastructure development. That shows you that in terms of economic transformation of our nation, economic development, the national resistance movement under General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will guarantee peace and stability, will guarantee economic development. The most other fundamental thing is that when you look at the entire region, the national resistance movement through our revolutionary leader is pursuing the element of the demystification of the African borders, by bringing together the unification, political unification, economic integration of East and Central Africa. We have Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, South Sudan, and Kenya coming together. That is the pursuit under the Pan-African chapter, to ensure that we can have common trade in the African continent, and we start by building these blocks, like the East African community. And within that framework, our people can have a free movement of goods, services, and trade. This is fundamental for this country. It is President Museveni who has got what you call the historical mission in the entire region to ensure that he remains the political glue to achieve the political and economic integration of our countries. Finally, let me say, and let me put it together. Uganda is blessed to have President Museveni. Other people can say what they want, but all this you talk about, the presidents who are aspiring, we have 2 generals who are aspiring. All those 2 generals have been mentored, built, and guided by President Museveni. When you look at all those who are aspiring, the presidential candidates, you see very clearly that without the guidance and the capacity of President Museveni and his ability to be tolerant, to remain relevant in this country, their presidential aspirations would not have been possible. But let me say, and which is very important for the listeners and those who are viewing this message, to look at our strategic direction as a nation. Africa should not lose this opportunity of reintegrating its people. I want therefore to say that let's give all the confidence to President Museveni to ensure that we can now consolidate the gains we have made. We are human, to err is human. But I want to say that there is no human being on planet Earth who does not err. But the national resistance movement has maintained the correct path. This correct line is what Uganda needs to look at. The young people need to be guaranteed, need to know that there is a father, there is a leader who will hold this country together. And I want to assure you that of all these aspiring presidential candidates later to be nominated, the only credible, solid, tested leader you have is General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who will guarantee and assure this country that they will secure the future of this country called Uganda. I thank you.
Captain Honorable Mike Mukola, for your wrap-up just right there. We really thank you, and as actually starting to think you're giving us the entire and whole manifesto, which is supposed to be launched at Munyonyo today, but of course, nonetheless, we thank you so much for that. Asante sana, Captain Mike Mukola in Bugolobi, and thank you so much for allowing us this time. I'll come back to you, Dr. Mario Munsi, as we wrap this up. You've heard from your comrade Mike Mukola, you heard from the president, you heard from the interview that Michael Lukoma had with the Electoral Commission chairperson just right there. And of course, finally, as we get out of studios, for now, what should Ugandans remember about this day? Now that NRM has a candidate in the next elections, up until this time, there is only one candidate. He's actually the sole candidate for 2021 until another person is nominated.
Yes, first of all, I congratulate our candidate, Yoweri Museveni, for the steps so far taken, and I also want to thank the Electoral Commission for the work they are doing. And first of all, one of the pillars of NRM is democracy. Maybe for anyone who wants to aspire for position of a president or member of parliament or any position is free to come up and go through the process, and then Ugandans choose. We had a time when presidents were being chosen from boardrooms somewhere. You are there deep in Kanungu, you hear so and so has been chosen to be a president. After months,
Bina used to say they just came to him and said, come and be our president. Yeah, they'll bring you, take you to State House and tell you, be our president.
But now under NRM, the paradigm has shifted.
Ugandans choose their president.
Ugandans who choose. So even when you look at the candidates who have come, independent, that means there is freedom and there is democracy. People can offer themselves, and then the Ugandans weigh the candidates, and then they choose the person they want. And I'm sure Ugandans appreciate what NRM has done under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, because we have come from far. I can tell you that from 1962 to 86, in the 24 years, we had elections only twice, in 62 and 1980. But we had over 10 presidents. But Uganda collapsed during those days, those years. But under NRM, we have recovered, and Uganda is on the right path under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni. That's why even in NRM, we still have confidence in the General Yoweri Museveni. That's why we endorse him to continue leading the party and also leading the country. Therefore, it should be easy for Ugandans to appreciate that General Yoweri Museveni, of all the candidates who are going to be nominated, remains the most formidable, the most strong, the most visionary, and somebody who knows where Uganda is going. And that's why our theme for this campaign is securing your future.
Okay.
Meaning our future is very bright under the leadership of NRM.
Okay.
And therefore, going forward, we are now going to do campaigns. Largely, they will be scientific and virtual, but we shall try to ensure that we reach out to all Ugandans in the different corners of Uganda, so that by the time we go to the polling, people are ready to vote for the bus.
Okay.
For the yellow bus. Yes.
Okay. Just one more before I let you go is what are the implications, or how does it feel to have two generals taking on President Museveni, and these are Bushwa comrades and of course senior officials or senior officers of NRA UPDF. General Muntu and General Tumukunde taking on their commander or former commander.
I think it's heresy. Again, that is democracy, meaning that even the army has been the misfired, because in the past it could not happen.
They would just overtake
somebody who has
an army commander.
An army commander, someone who has been nurtured by the commander-in-chief comes to challenge him. In the past, it wouldn't happen. They would either be planning a coup, or the commander-in-chief would be planning to execute them. But now, with the freedom ushered in by the NRM, they are ready to compete. Once you retire from the army, then you are able to participate in the politics. We have very many retired army officers who are in parliament, who are in different positions, political positions. So similarly, it shows the growth of our democracy in Uganda, and that they are able to offer themselves, and the commander-in-chief will not reprimand them in any way. He receives them with gratitude, and then the Ugandans are free to vote, to vote the person they want.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Chris Baryomunsi, SEC member and also National Vice Chairperson for the National Resistance Movement representing Western Uganda. Now, we just have a promise to you, the public out there, that we'll be with you throughout the entire day today. We'll take a break now, but we'll return. It's our promise from UBC that the whole day we are with you as we go through the nominations.
Thank you very much.
That waged a guerrilla war through its rebel wing, the National Resistance Army, that toppled President Tokelo Lutwa's government in 1986. The party's chairman, Yoweri Tibuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, who went to the bush with 26 other young men under the National Resistance Army, became President of the Republic of Uganda on January 29, 1986. In 1996, Museveni offered himself as a candidate for president in the first general elections since the abortive attempt of 1980, won with more than 75% of the vote, and became the first directly elected president in the history of Uganda after defeating two other candidates, including Paul Semogerere, who had been a minister in his government. Uganda has since had 5 presidential elections in 1996, 2001, 2006, 2011, and 2016. As NRM seeks to seal 40 years in power, with candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa, securing your future will be the next slogan. We seek to know what the party intends to secure.
We end up to secure the future of the young generation, the Bazukuru, and the current generation, to ensure that whatever has been planned or whatever NRM has invested in is secured and becomes a long-lasting legacy which the people of Uganda should stand to enjoy. You can relate this slogan to a number of things. You can relate it to security. You see what NRM has done over the years. You know that at one time, some parts of Uganda were inaccessible. But right now, from border to border, the people of Uganda are secure. So when you are secure the future, you begin with the security of the property and security of the individuals. Right now, because of immunization, so many young people who would have died have been secured. And they will enjoy part of the future because of the investments in the health sector. Look at education. There are many young people who wouldn't have seen and enjoyed this country without education. But with the advent of UPE and USE, the number of girls graduating has gone up. The number of people who should have stayed out of school have been in school and graduated. And this is securing the future.
The head of communications at the NRM party, Emmanuel Dombo, says the party's ability to understand Uganda's problems with solutions explains their strength since 1986.
If the diagnosis of a disease is not proper, the treatment will be wrong. What NRM did right was to diagnose Uganda's problem and prescribe the medicine, and the people of Uganda accepted. That's why over time NRM has braved the storms and will live longer because of defining the problem more correctly and the people of Uganda accepting the description as has been.
Although those in opposition, NRM has not been winning fairly. Dombo says their internal elections have always defined their win.
We'll continue to talk about the rigging already taking place, and in the final analysis, we think we can fight that rigging. That has already taken place, and we will reject the outcome of such an election.
But right now, the NRM has already 7 members of parliament who have been elected unopposed. How did NRM rig when other parties even failed to raise candidates? So for us, the rigging hasn't been there. At times, the organized elections have fallen short of some standards, as the courts have observed. But because the steady progress and continuous improvement, we believe these elections should be better than what happened in the previous elections.
NRM is going not to win this election. NRM is going to sweep this election. NRM is excessively dominant. They already have more than 500 candidates selected for Member of Parliament. They have a candidate in practically every single constituency of Uganda. Not only that, in many constituencies, they have independents allied to NRM who are running. So it's really NRM running against itself.
So, what could be the campaign strategies in the face of a global pandemic?
NRM has already demonstrated during the national conference that we can talk and reach our people without gathering in many rallies that would subject our people to risk. But we also know that some of our members have fallen short of the expected standards. But the only thing, because it is steady progress and continuous improvement, we shall continue to appeal to NRM members and all Ugandans in general that let us abide by the COVID regulations, let us observe the standard operating procedures, let us minimize the risk, because it can be dangerous for the candidates and the people themselves.
With a mission to transform Uganda from a poor peasant society into a modern, industrial, united and prosperous society, NRM boasts of being a national, broad-based, inclusive, democratic, multi-ideological, multi-interest, and progressive mass organization.
In long term, NRM needs to develop systems and leadership so that people vote it not because of an individual, but because of it as a brand. In which case, Museveni's continue to stay at the helm of NRM itself creates a risk that tomorrow there may be no such strong person to replace him who can command national attention and win an election. So he's both an asset and a liability in that sense. He's an asset in the short term, he's a liability strategically.
The only guarantee which secures the future is through building the necessary institutional framework. You build the judiciary, build the party, ensure regular elections, and ensure that you elect qualitative leaders. So we believe, even when time will come when the President Museveni will not be there, what he has put in place, if the people of Uganda guard it jealously, it is something for which he will be remembered for so many years to come as a founding father.
Bernard Iga, UBC News.
Well, it's another very lovely morning, and of course, just counting a few minutes to afternoon. Thank you so much for choosing to be with us live here on UBC TV. We've made a promise that we'll be with you on our Presidential Nominations Day 1 at exactly 10:36. Candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the National Resistance Movement Party was duly nominated by the Electoral Commission, and at 10:41, he addressed the press and, of course, the nation therein. And we expect that in an hour's time, yes, the second candidate to be nominated, preferably candidate Tumukunde of Chisoboka. Chisoboka is also coming on, and we are just expecting to see. Now, joining me in studios, of course, as you can see just right there, candidate Tumukunde will be coming on at 1 o'clock. Then Chisoboka, yes, of Chisoboka, Kakurugu. Then, of course, candidate John Kabumba will also be coming at 2 o'clock. Fande, Major General Greg Jisha Muntu, and Nancy Kalembelinda will be the final nominee today. President Museveni is done, and of course the other four are those that we are waiting for. But UBC TV will be with you at the nomination center in Chambogo today for you to be part of the entire process. Now, joining me in studios is Professor Venantius Bariamureba. Now, Professor Venantius Bariamureba, on the 3rd of November, last elections in 2015, he was at Nambole Mandela National Stadium, also going through the same exercise. He's joining us in studios here, and of course he's the best person to tell us the feeling and what it actually takes to get to that particular level. You're very welcome, Professor Bariamureba.
Thank you for having me.
Well, I thank you so much for allowing to join us. The last election that we had in 2016 had 8 candidates. Yes. 3 of you were independents, and the 5 were representing political parties. And I think JPAM, I don't know whether that was a political party, because Go Forward is similar to Chisoboka that we're seeing here. But you've been there before. Take us through the experience of going before. You went before Engineer Badru Chigundu.
Yes.
We just need to know the feeling of going to be nominated, and of course telling you that you are duly nominated to run for presidency in this country.
You see, by the time you go before the Electoral Commission like today, you already know that you're going to be nominated. Because the key issue is you to have the mandatory number of signatures from the 75% of the districts. So that is done already. So they were given certificates. So what is left is UNEB. You are O and A level, but also that one is already sent to the Electoral Commission. You know, UNEB sends it directly, but you go with the hard copy. So that's also done. Of course, that you are a citizen of Uganda and so on. So basically, the whole purpose of going there for nomination is for you to give a platform to your campaign. Now, all these candidates you see going there today, in the next 5 days, if your campaign does not pick momentum, if you don't see your adverts on radio, if you don't see your posters across the country,
Professor Bariamureba,
yes.
We know the feeling that the moment I register for exams as a candidate, then I know that I'm going to sit for an exams, some moment.
Yes.
But the feeling that I am actually now in primary 7 and I'm going to do PLE,
yes.
and today is my first PLE paper, or it's my first UCE paper.
This is an exam where maybe the whole paper has been read to you. Because everything has been checked in advance. It's you to make sure that you appear with the person supposed to nominate you and with their seconders, and the whole exercise is done. Just physical presence. If it was like you come with everything and they are checking, it will be a different story. But whatever they are checking is already checked.
What needs to be done for the candidates here that are nominated? Looking at the 5, for example, for today, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is done. We're looking at Mukunde, Kabumba, Muntu, and eventually Nancy Kalembe. Yes. What should be done after the Electoral Commission has actually duly nominated you? For you to know that, yes, I'm into this thing, and
yes.
Here is where I have to start from to either make or break.
Yeah, you know, your status changes there. Apart from the president, but all the other candidates, the moment you are nominated like this, you'll get presidential escort because you're president in waiting. So the status changes immediately. Yes. Your home is guarded, your office is guarded, everywhere you are guarded. No? Secondly, the moment you get nominated like this, then the media will give you coverage. From that day on, they will come to you. They want to know what is it, because you have not presented your manifesto. You know, so the first, that's what I'm saying with the first cuts the deepest. The first like 5 days after nomination are critical. If you don't pull it off, then you are finished. Now, why do we have to go to Nambore, like go to Chambogo to get nominated? You see, as much as you have fulfilled these requirements, Ugandans need to know that actually you have fulfilled them. So as much as they verify the signatures, like the people who supported you from the village and so on, you have to go there, and formally everybody sees you, even across the globe. BBC is now having a story. CNN is having a story about nominations in Uganda. So they have to see you. And that is very, very important. So after you have been nominated, you can't leave that place without a serious press conference. And even after that, you must go somewhere and have a function, like launch your manifesto. But if you go home and say, I'll come back the following day or 2 days later, you missed the point. So to me, this is a very, very critical day. And especially when I looked at the list there, there are some people I've never seen, and I didn't even know that actually they are candidates. So name recognition is important. Many of these guys are not known. So, but now it's their time to be known. All TVs are pointing in Chambogo. Radios are there. Across the country, they are now airing, so-and-so has been nominated. So that is important. You have to build on that momentum.
Okay, you just talked about a very important thing when we get into elections, and you know that a name is very important, a political party is very important.
Yes.
When you look at the other democracies elsewhere, the political party comes, and for example, people love to talk about US politics or US elections. In the US, I am a Republican, and anybody that comes for the Republican is actually me. As people don't love Trump, I say I'm Trump, actually. Now, you know that there is a name, of course, and the political party. When you talk about an election today, you know that a very common name is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. It would be Dr. Kizza Besigye. Bedi Wanika's name, and Dr. also now, you know, they got a crack in there that, you know, the name there. And now there's so many that we are hearing about for the first time.
But Bwanika, I know he had reached that level. Like even if he came back, he would not get 1%.
He had gotten there.
Yes, you get there.
The 3 attempts never yielded anything, so he decided not to.
He should not have made it consistent. So he made it consistent, and he never even raised the percentage.
He shouldn't have made it consistent. Is that so?
Yes. You see, when he contested, maybe he should have focused on building the structures. A person like Kizza Besigye, if today, leave alone these people are being nominated, if today we said Kizza Besigye and President Museveni have been nominated, and then we say no campaigns, you don't do anything. 4 days later, we hold elections. Kizza Besigye would get between 20 and 30%. President Museveni would get between 60 and 70. But do it for all these candidates with President Museveni without any campaigns. Bobby Wine, because of his popular now in Uganda, you could get like 4%. All other candidates will not get more than 1%. Now, the challenge would be with President Museveni now struggling with how can I be declared with more than 75%. He would have that problem because he's the only person they know how to there. So to me, in this COVID election, if opposition wanted a strong candidate, they should have done everything possible to keep Kizza Besigye on the ballot paper. And it's going to be a test for FDC. If Besigye does not come out this week, to like the way Barack Obama is coming out to really pamper Joe Biden, I can assure you, he'll be written off. The other thing, you talked about US. Yes, US, you cannot be a candidate unless you're able to raise money. Money is everything in elections in the US. Even here in Uganda. These candidates, from the adverts they have been making on radio and TV, many of them don't have money, apart from the president. So their campaign is going to suffer a miscarriage because of the money issue. So now in the US, when it comes to presidential, majority of the people vote for the party. But a few people within the party, if they feel there is another candidate, even if it is not in their party, even if they are senior members of the party, they will come out and some supporting so and so for presidents. But when it comes to like their parliament, the House of Representatives, Senate, they vote for their members strictly. Yes.
Okay, now just look at this election this time round, that the election where you participated, there were the number of independents had actually risen or a little grown because there was
presidency.
For presidency. Yes, there was you, there was Chalia, there was Mabirizi, and I think Amama Mbabas was an independent. He was an independent candidate because we don't know what
TDA never took off. Even TDA was an arrangement. It wasn't the political party. It wasn't registered.
The Go Forward thing wasn't a political party. And this time around, we're seeing many come on board. One, is this a failure for a multi-party test?
No, it's not. You see, you're having me here to discuss because I was a former presidential candidate. Sure. So some of these people realize that this is a COVID election. I may not have to do a lot because I not to go across the country for rallies and so on. You get what I'm saying? So some of them actually came in to just prepare their name. I've seen some candidates, I can tell you, with all certainty, some of these may not even get 20,000 votes across the country. 20,000, they will not. So, but if you are to...
But they've managed to raise 9,800 signatures.
You know how those signatures are raised?
No, I don't know, because
people in the village, they need 1,000 and they will sign for you. Others, during this voter verification exercise, they go there and photocopy those registers. Yes. And now go the form and fill and the signatures, and if you are lucky, you go through like that. Yes, some of these do that. I can tell you.
So you're guaranteeing that there are those that will not get 20,000?
Yes, some will not get 20,000 across the country. And they are candidates. So do respect. They are candidates, but what get?
Does the big number in an election in Africa matter, really?
A big number of what?
A big number of candidates in an election?
No,
it doesn't.
I can assure you, if you call me back here, like next week, by Friday, I can tell you candidates will not even get 0.1%. Like, by the end of next week, the race is going to be clear. It will be between President Museveni
and another person,
Bobby Wine, and maybe one other person. Amriat, his card race with Kanu Kizza Besigye. But now in Uganda, many people are pro-NUP. So, and this used to be the base of Kanu Kizza Besigye. So if Kanu Kizza Besigye comes out this week and early next week to really come and be on the front of Amriat, Amriat can survive. But if he does not, Amriat is getting out. You'll be looking at General Mugisha Muntu and General Tumukunde to see who can easily propel it. Otherwise, Amriat's cards, they are just with Kanu Kizza Besigye.
How about the only lady, lady that we're seeing in Nancy Kalembe, who is really trying her best out there?
You know, it's so interesting. The same lady is also from that side. She's like a child of when we were contesting. If you want strong ladies, yes. Let me tell you, if you want strong ladies, like bring a lady like Winnie Byanyima. Even now, bring her now and register her tomorrow. You will see her garnering 15%. You get people with name recognition. I don't want to talk about your local politics. I would have mentioned another one who can actually raise the votes. I don't want to put her in trouble. But that one,
no. Let's talk about the slogans here, the sloganeering that comes with it. NRM is riding with securing a future. Tumukunde is Chisoboka, pro people for people first, I think. People first for Jisha Muntu. Bobby Wine, a new Uganda. FDC building a new Uganda. And another Nancy Kalembe.
As you can see, there are many.
Leaving no one behind.
You just mentioned them. I may not remember all of them or even 3 of them.
Are you serious? No, look at our
yes, there are so many.
Yes.
You know, it's like when you are making some laws or bylaws, they tell you to make them as simple as possible so that people can easily remember them. You've seen institutions with a vision or mission, which not even the core staff can't remember because you make it too long or whatever, too ambiguous. So, for me, people need to go around the country. And you know, at times we sit in Kampala and just talk. Now, like these things President Museveni is talking about, they actually do on the ground. Like, you know this program we call Emyoga?
Emyoga.
You go to every sub-county, every parish, every village, people know about Emyoga, even if they have not received the money. People have gone through them and have told them each one of them is 30 million shillings. You get what I'm saying? And the people have registered. That's awareness. So some of these things the president is talking about, people are already saying, we know about them, you get it? Maybe it's coming. Even if it doesn't come, all of it. But now for him, he has been in power for 35 years. And when you go to the villages, you have to ask yourself, what matters to the people? You'll be shocked. Somebody who cannot afford even to pay 2,000 shillings for electricity. 2,000 for electricity. But they are happy when electricity is in their village. They are demanding for it. I'll vote if electricity comes here. I'll vote if things they can't afford. But in a way, when those things go to those places, they bring about development. If I can't afford, I just I'll get a cold soda from somebody's fridge. I can look for two and buy a soda. So it's okay. So for M7, his programs already known in the communities. And the other thing you have to know, which is the reality, there are so many people who don't even need to be on the campaign team of President Museveni, who are opinion leaders in communities. They will go and they'll get him votes. You go to LC1 system, 90% or more, it's NRM. You got the people who are contesting at LC3, more than 90% are NRM. Parliamentary NRM has candidates everywhere. Now, those are campaign structures. Within the 60 days of campaigns, you have 146 districts. Which candidate will cover even a third of those districts properly? If you go, even if we allow open campaigns, you'll go there and talk. But after that campaign, somebody has to go and sit down with the people to ensure they actually vote for you. It's not just talking at a rally. Most of these candidates don't have those structures.
What were you looking for in the past election of 2016, Professor Baryamareba? Did you have these structures? Did you know that you'd actually run around the country and marshal support for yourself to win the presidency?
You know, for me, I'm somebody who always has luck on my side. I had my money. I didn't need anybody to give me any money to contest.
You had money?
Yes, I had my money. Yes. And even after the campaigns, you can check with any bank anywhere. You'll never find any data to bury or whatever. I had my money. And at that time, many people were saying they're not going to contest. Kanukizavich had said, if there are no reforms, I'm not contesting. I said, this is a serious guy, it's a serious contender. But I'm saying, if NRM does not, I'm waiting on NRM to decide on the candidate. I said, these guys have not yet decided. For me to be getting to this thing and take it.
You thought about it much earlier.
If they don't come up. Now, when I came out like this, Amama Mbabazi came out and announced. I was the first one to come out on the 18th of May. 18th of May, because it's even my birthday. I remember it. 18th May. Later on in June, Amama Mbabazi came up. Immediately after that, President Museveni was nominated. Then I told these guys, me, I'm not somebody who can be bought. Me, I'm going to remain in the race. So nobody should say, this one has left because these guys have come out. So I'm remaining in the race. I ran my race, but whoever wins, I'll come out and concede defeat. And I did. And whoever wins, I'll give him my manifesto. And I did. And I moved on.
So you thought you would go through by luck?
Not just luck. You see, me, by the time I went into that election, I was already known across the country.
Yes, yes.
But in the villages, some people, like deep in the villages, they don't have to know. You get what I'm saying? So, and I knew that if Messi didn't come in the race, I would even have gotten more than 20%. If he had not come. Because the opposition would be stuck and say, whom do we give? We don't want to give Museveni. Let's give Barry. They would take my votes and I would have gone in history with my percentage. So, but what happened? These guys came in and I said, now, I've done my campaign. I went to every village, everywhere. I went on the campaign.
How many districts did you cover?
All of them. I went everywhere on the campaign.
All the districts of Uganda?
Yes, and I was campaigning with serious cars, you know, the Benzes, G500. So that I wasn't like a simple person with a serious candidate. We went everywhere on the campaign. But then on the last day of the voting, I told them I'm not going to guard my votes. Because since I'm not going to be among the top two, you get it? So I will not guard my votes. But let those guard my votes. Now, it was so impressive. So I voted in my village. There was no agent. But then after voting, I went around to about 4 districts.
After voting?
Yes. What I saw was telling. I went into 4 districts. That was the ones near Ibanda. I come from Ibanda. I went to Tagwenda. I went to this side, whatever. I went also up to Bushenyi and other places. But what was so telling was that Amama Mbabazi, whom people thought was a strong candidate, Kizza Besigye, who had been there for some time, on most polling stations, it was President Museveni's agents and the Electoral Commission.
Even Besigye did not have agents there.
Besigye, when after that, when I asked my contacts in Kampala, where he had a strong base, he was relying on agents of parliamentary candidates. If you ask Besigye today, like in Kampala here, there are some of his, like you are relying on a woman MP, you are relying on an MP for Nakawa, MP for this, because they are there also as candidates on that day, that they will get your votes. A presidential candidate must have his own agents. Because you see, this is not America or France. Where you say, votes, you see, I've been voting like in America now, for almost now a month. Those votes are okay, they are secure. But that's not Africa. Africa must have their own agents. That's why we have election observers. In America, if there are no election observers, elections will be conducted and they are free and fair. Apart from a few incidents where you have to go to court. Like now they are saying, there may be a few issues here. France, UK, the same thing. But here, this is Africa. You must have your own people. Now, this is why I told people, if any candidate here who wants even to, if you don't want to accompany Museveni to victory, for you to say you have a good start, you must be having at least 10 million US dollars. That is 7 billion shillings at the very minimum. You don't have it, you are wasting your time in the race. Why am I saying that? Even in America,
why would you need all this money to buy voters?
And I'm going to give you a few things. No, even in America, where there is name recognition, they know Biden, they know Trump, and so on. You still have to spend money on adverts. So here in Uganda, you must be able to make posters to cover at least the major towns in Uganda. A parliamentary candidate needs 20 million shillings.
For just a constituency?
A constituency.
Not even a district?
Yes, just a constituency. So a president, you need a minimum of 6 billion shillings for posters alone.
6 billion?
6 minimum, because there you have not covered every village, but at least you are visible in the town somewhere.
6 billion shillings.
The trading centers, the ones we call
town centers, yes.
Town councils. You are, but you are not going to the village, but you are there in those places. 6 billion. Now, on voting day, we're looking at the polling stations we have in Uganda. You need a minimum of 2 billion shillings. If you're going to have 2 agents, each being paid 30,000 on voting day. But who will take that money? The agents, the coordinators, and so. You also need another 2 billion. You don't give them, the other ones will not get the money. So you need 4 billion.
You need 2 billion to move 2 billion.
Yes, because if you don't give the guys the 2 billion to take it to the agents,
then the money won't
get the money.
The money won't get there.
Now,
and if you give these to take and they don't have theirs, then they will not get there.
And the other challenge you have is that, yes, now that's already 4 billion.
Yes.
And 30,000, but that is very little money. But then you also need, on the day before the voting, you need some people at least to campaign for you. You know, in the village to remind them that actually this person is a candidate. How much will you facilitate those people? Not everybody can volunteer, by the way. Some of these people, looking at the Ugandan thing, leave alone even the salt they would demand for the voters. The salt, they will need something. People think these elections come with money. But leave out that for now. We have talked about the posters. We've talked about the money on the
polling day.
Now, you think in these 2 months you not have people to campaign for you. Let's say they are not asking for anything, but they only need the money to facilitate them.
To move around.
To move, maybe have lunch. Lunch is like bananas. Let's say 3,000 per day, covering the whole country. How much does it cost?
How many would you need?
2 months?
How many people would you need for
let's say even we move away from a village. We say in a parish you have 1 person. Still that will cost you more than 10 billion shillings. But 1 person cannot cover Paris.
We have 68,000 villages.
Yes.
Even if you had 1 in every village.
One in every village. And you are giving this person 3,000 per day just to move around and have bananas and so on. Maybe a bottle of mineral water.
That's about 2.1 billion. About 2 billion shillings still. I am also doing my simple mathematics.
That's what I'm saying. But you are looking at it every day for 1 month, then 2 months. So you are computing it for 1 day. But now, that's what I'm saying.
It's actually every day.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's a lot of money. Then, let me tell you, you see, when you want to get votes, like when President Museveni goes, let's say, to Ruwero and campaigns, he may not be able to go back another time. You need a structure on the ground of opinion leaders people believe in, because people in villages change. As we talk now, the only party is close to being voted for as a party is NRM. After primaries, in many places, people vote for the bus. They don't look at the candidate. In many places, but there are still other places where they don't. Now, you need people who are going to be there, reminding people you need to vote for this one, for that. Now, Kizza Besigye had become popular, but as an individual, not as FDC. That's why I'm saying Amuriat has a test. If Besigye does not come out to campaign with him, FDC will not get 2%.
Are you sure?
Yes. And I will give you his actual, what he'll actually get. If I watch this week and next week, and I see how Besigye is behaving.
If FDC doesn't get their 20+%,
let me put it this way. With FDC,
then what will NRM
today,
get?
with FDC having a candidate, if Kizza Besigye tomorrow appears and fulfills the requirements and is nominated as an independent, not attached to FDC,
as an independent candidate.
As an independent, he will still come as the number 2 after Museveni.
as an independent candidate.
Not even attaching himself to FDC or anywhere.
Besigye, because
yes,
the people
Besigye has votes in this election, but those votes will not necessarily go to
exactly.
will not necessarily go to Amuriat. I tell you in Uganda, the votes he had in Uganda will go to Bobby Wine. Yes. Now the votes he had in the West, part of the votes are going to President Museveni, part of the votes are going to Mugisha Muntu, and a few to General Tumukunde, a few to Tumukunde. In the West. Between Tumukunde,
why is Tumukunde getting
between Tumukunde and Mugisha Muntu? You see, Mugisha Muntu has that attachment to FDC. They still think he's one of them. You get it? He has that attachment. So most of the votes for FDC will go to him. Amuriat will not get votes there.
In Western Uganda?
But Besigye can get them. So the only way Amuriat can get them is Besigye propelling him. Yes, to say we are giving Besigye, and this is what Besigye is presenting to us.
Was FDC calculated?
When you go to the West, when you go to the East, actually, Mugisha Muntu will not get many votes. Bobby Wine will share the votes with Museveni, the ones that were for Besigye. Now, Northeast, Amuriat, that's where he's coming from. He will get some. Now, if Mo by luck gets nominated by tomorrow, but I think he's doing some bit of comedy, he may not be nominated. He will get some votes in the group. He will be still have an opportunity. Now, Northern Uganda is more or less becoming NRM, almost.
Northern Uganda.
Yes.
Now there is even UPC in this election. UPC is not in this election. So
UPC, you know, that's the point. When you look at our political parties, and you want to say this is a stronghold of this party, people used to think that FDC was in Buganda, but now Buganda is now NUP.
NUP.
Yes, NUP. So now, Mugisha Muntu, when he had Antony registered, if he was going to pull it off, we should at that time have seen people in Uganda here, which was the base of FDC, joining ANT. But they didn't. Even the members of parliament were saying, we shall cross in that last year. And I told them that that cannot happen. Nobody's stopping me from declaring. If you don't declare now, that party will not take off. Now, anti-ANT, I'm giving it this week and next week. Mugisha Muntu is a very nice person. He's very nice. But him pulling off more than 1% will depend on what happens this week and early next week. I watched him on NTV last week. And the way he was talking is like he's appealing to people to give him money, but they have not raised the money already. So if he does not pull it off this week, like we see his posters all over Kampala, in the towns and so on.
What about if you got the money? What about if you got the money?
If you got the money, he needs a bit of structures. Mugisha Muntu is somebody who can be easily voted. If he had some money and had a good opinion leaders behind him. You see the challenge, if Mugisha Muntu comes to Western Uganda, he needs people whom they look at as serious people in that region.
You talked about a very important thing, serious people. Now, is this election going to be determined on seriousness or popularity? That so-and-so is very popular, whether serious or not serious. That's also another very big thing. You see, because all of them are coming up against Yoweri Museveni.
On both, because you see, you must be popular, you also must be serious. All those bring votes. This is a COVID election. If you don't have serious people, who's going to look for you votes when you are not in that region? Because these candidates will not cover.
Serious.
Yes, people will not cover the whole place. If they say there is an LC5 chairperson in this district is supporting Mugisha Muntu, that's already a leader in the region, right? People can either give you votes because of that person. But if you don't have them, and the only people you are having are these people who are not known, you can have people. Like I saw a candidate in Ibanda who was nominated on FDC ticket, even ANT. That one will not get votes. When I say will not get votes, I'm not saying will not get from his family. The person can get, let's say, out of, if let's say the winner has, let's say, 40,000 votes, this person can get 200. It's okay. But you see, for you to get votes.
Not getting votes, you meaning not winning an election.
Yes. I mean, getting so little. So little. So now, that's why I'm saying, when I look at all these parties, and that's what President said, he said, by 2020, remember, he said the parties will be over. They'll be dead. And people laughed.
No, but we have them. We have those.
They are there now. Yes. But now, I want you to tell me, apart from NUP, me, I do research, I'm a professor. NUP, in his Buganda region.
It's a Buganda outfit.
They really have support. When you go to the East, NUP, in this election, is going to tussle it out to the FDC. At parliamentary level, they are going to share. The votes which were for FDC, now some MPs are going to go to NUP and so on. Western Uganda NUP will not get When I say to want to get, it can easily get a miracle whatever MP, like one. But
you call them miracle MPs.
Now, the other issue is that NUP is actually going to wipe out FDC from the central. There will be a few, like is it Nganda, the spokesperson of FDC? Semju Nganda can come out strongly and, he wins. A few. But when it comes to parliamentary, NUP is going to sweep most of the opposition strongholds in Uganda. Now, the real stroke, the master stroke will come after the presidential. When the presidential elections are over, of course, Bobi Wine will be defeated, thoroughly. But there will be this claim that he has been rigged. There will be this sympathy vote. People will be annoyed, people will be beaten, people will be aghast. 1 week or so later, we'll have the local council elections in Uganda.
FDC.
That's when you will see how NUP will sweep. NUP is going to sweep almost all the positions in the city.
In the local council,
including Lukwago will go. Even Lukwago, you are again.
Are you serious?
They are taking him
because it will be a sympathy vote for Batu.
And now everybody, even Bobi Wine will be saying now, I have to now refocus. Because you see, Bobi Wine does not win parliamentary, does not win local council in Kampala. It means immediately after this election, Kizza Besigye will come back strong, and he will be stronger and he will overtake Bobi Wine. But if Bobi Wine sweeps the local councils, sweeps parliamentary, and most likely gets the lead of opposition position in parliament through one of his MPs. Now, if this is finished.
Did Bobi Wine come for President Museveni, or he came for the opposition where he actually belongs?
People have different strategies. He was just an MP. Now, even with this status of him running for president and having all these people in Kampala believing in him, fronting a party, is much better than being an MP. But he came in knowing that he will not win.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But you see, he came to energize and to add more force onto the opposition, to pull from Museveni and to see that actually NRM ends there. Now, there's what they call Mission 2021, and you've had this very common phrase in Kampala now, Tulimu struggle.
Yes, now creating a base.
And now Tulimu struggle is against Museveni.
You see, if opposition wanted to really have a shot at NRM, they should have had strong political parties that are regional based. You come to Uganda, you say there is the NUP. Let's use the current situation. That is strong. So that President Museveni is struggling to see how to defeat them. You get it? Like they are getting the majority.
In Buganda.
You go to Guru, that northern part of Uganda. You say there is DP because Mao is from there. You build a strong base there, if it's DP. DP used to be in Uganda. You go to East, another strong party. You go to North-East, another strong party. You go to the West, another strong party, opposition. But they are not there. They are all rotating around Uganda.
All of them are here?
Yes, they are here. And every time a party comes up, it takes from the other one. If NUP had taken from NRM, then it will be a different story. But they are taking what FDC used to have. So they are sharing the same thing.
Is it easy to form alliances in this country or in Africa to actually win an election or so? We've seen this work in Kenya. For example, when we had TNA and URP come under their Jubilee coalition, which of course metamorphosed into a party.
You see,
the ODMs, the different coalitions that we've seen. Is that possible in Uganda here?
In Uganda,
it's about Bariam Reba and Semakola and Bobi Wine and Babas.
You see, let me give you this arrangement. If you had the Bobi Wine come up and say, I'm going to support, let's say, Kizza Besigye or Mugisha Muntu, it would catch a lot of fire. Those guys would what? Either Mugisha Muntu or Kizza Besigye would get more than 30% of the national vote.
If Bobi Wine had chosen to go behind any
support. Now, if Kizza Besigye came out and said, I'm going to support Bobi Wine, came out early, Bobi Wine can actually also go above 30%. But now, the other candidates cannot come and say we are supporting Bobi Wine without Kizza Besigye and say you pull off that high percentage. But you see, in Africa, opposition politics is not necessarily about winning. So you just have to be the bull in the crowd.
It's not about winning.
Yes, because when you're bull in the crowd, a lot will happen. How do you think Kizza Besigye has been surviving? Every time he goes through an election, he cannot fail to save at least $3 or $4 million US. People have money, yes. You'll be funded to some extent. And even after that election, like now, if NUP performs very well in Uganda, in both local and parliamentary, immediately after 2021, several interested parties want to keep President Museveni in check. Will bring in money, some good dollars to fund to NUP, to ensure that President doesn't feel like, he's just the only bull there. Shake a bit. So it becomes a business. It becomes a business of sorts. This money will come to keep Museveni a bit in check. If Museveni knows there's nothing, I say, this guy, we need to check him a bit. You never know, maybe this one can easily become a serious opposition.
Finally, what do you think President Museveni will get in this election?
In this election,
from your analysis,
as of today, I cannot tell with certainty.
Okay.
But next week I will. But as of now, I can tell you that he will not get less than 67%. Not less than 67%. But depending on how things go next week, he may even struggle to say, please don't declare out the results. He can easily go up to even 75%, like in 1996. Yes. So everything is on the table. He's going to move from 67, and I wouldn't be surprised even he moves closer to 80%. You see, in this election, people are going to end up with 2 or 3 candidates. And the chance of having 3 is likely not to be there.
2 candidates.
Others are going to fizzle out. When they fizzle out, and the candidate is Bobby Wine or Honorable Kyagulanyi. Now, Kyagulanyi has this name recognition issue. Many people know Bobby Wine. Kyagulanyi in some places is not known. And now, whether you will have enough posters or enough publicity to ensure everybody knows that Kyagulanyi is the Bobby Wine.
Bobby Wine. Bobby Wine is Kyagulanyi.
Bobby Wine is Kyagulanyi. So,
because Museveni is Museveni, basically,
yes, when he remains the main content of President Museveni, the issue is that he will find it so hard to raise more than 20%. You know why? Because in some regions, he's not known. Yet the Bestie was known in those regions. Now, if Mugisha Muntu remains in as a strong candidate, and Kyagulanyi is also there, or by luck, Tumukunde picks up as a strong candidate, President Museveni will be kept in check and will get less than 70%, so we can look at between 65 and 70. But if Mugisha Muntu turns out to be a strong candidate, and Bobby Wine remains just in Kampala, or Mugisha Muntu is out, Jen Tumukunde is out, and Bobby Wine remains, Museveni will even go up to 80%.
Professor Maria Mureba, time has run out. Your final comments as I let you go. You were there before, and of course, they need to hear from you.
My final comment really is I would like to appeal to NRM as a party. After these 2021 elections, NRM should now focus on branding NRM, ensuring that everybody is just voting for NRM the bus, not for President Museveni. Even at parliamentary, at all levels, they should entrench NRM. Without names. Otherwise, President Museveni is a strong candidate. In 2026, he's going to come back. But yes, he's going to come back in 2026 and he'll win, clearly. So that creates a danger and he's aging. You get it, he's not growing younger. If he's aging, and we are having these elections, like you are calling it, of vice chairman regions, people may look at those and say those are incoming, whatever. When Museveni is known that they will come. You get what I'm saying? These guys, you see, they are my friends.
Professor,
but the chances of any one of them...
has been here.
Yes, the chances of any one of them taking over after Museveni is close to 0. As much as they are regional leaders, they are campaigning across the country. Somebody will come from outside that group. And that's why it is important...
NRM to brand itself.
Yes, to brand itself as a party, as NRM. Everywhere. Museveni is popular, but now it's time to start moving away from Museveni and say, brand NRM as a structure. He will remain there. 26, he will win. Even 2031, there, I will not. So that is
Thank you, Professor Maria Mureba. Let me now go to Kyambogo as we receive Professor, I beg your pardon, as we receive General Tumukunde, because, yes, General Tumukunde is actually arriving at the nomination center in Kyambogo. He's the second candidate to be nominated today, and of course, we can't say he's nominated already because he has to go through the rigors, and we will hear from Justice Byabakama when everything has actually been done. And as you can see, the stage there at Kyambogo, where President Museveni was a little while ago. President Museveni was duly nominated at 10:36 this morning, and we now expect that General Tumukunde is, of course, coming on. His scheduled time is 1 o'clock. It is just 30 minutes to that time, but we think he's arriving at the venue to also be nominated. Now, Professor Venantius Mariamreba was there before, and he knows, and he says this is just like you called it. It's a ceremony, yes.
To make you prepare yourself as a candidate.
Yes, it says it's actually a rigged exam where you're going to sit an exam, and you know, because much of the thing there is known to you. But the most important thing is once you are declared or duly nominated, then what happens thereafter? Your status changes. That's very important. That you get guards, you get cars, you get security. You're now looked at as an incoming president, or a celebrity of sorts. So then, of course, moving around the country. When you traverse the country, how many districts did you have then?
112.
We had 112.
Now
yes.
146.
We had 112 that time. 5 years later, we have 140.
146.
We have 146.
But
yes.
still, even some of the districts are too big as of today.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you so much, Professor Mariamreba. I will excuse you now. Thank you so much for allowing to be with me. I'll now go to Kyambogo, where Jordan Lukoma is stationed to, again, lead us through as General Tumukunde there arrives to again take us through this, to of course see him get nominated today as a second candidate. But on record, of course, we expect 5 of them to come on. And we'll now take you to Kyambogo to actually see what happens just right there. As you can see, as you can see here is yes, people are coming on, and here Tumukunde, yes, there the man comes in his orange colors to of course also Uganda Chisoboka. There he arrives, and he's of course on time. He arrived at 12:30. 12:30, that's when he arrives, and of course he's supposed to be nominated or go through the exercise at exactly 1 o'clock, as you can actually see. There he arrives to also go through this process. Now remember that when General Tumukunde, of course, also said he would try it out, of not so many people maybe thought that this man would actually make it or really get there. But there he comes, and he's trying to keep time as he was actually told. We wait to see what happens thereafter, as you can actually see. Now he gets there, and he will also go through the same processes, just like you saw candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the National Resistance Movement Party, who was nominated at 10:36 this morning. And that's why it is happening from today. Now in 2015, this exercise happened on the 3rd and 4th at the Mandela National Stadium in Nambole. It is happening virtually at the same time, and of course, whoever gets nominated there will be told what to do. But remember, a while ago, when candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of NRM was duly nominated, the Electoral Commission, of course, reminded him to appoint an agent who they shall be working with, and of course to also avail the EC with the schedule of their media program, and to sign an MOU that they shall comply to the SOPs for COVID. Now let's first get to Kyambogo and hear from the Electoral Commission spokesperson, Paul Bukenya. Then we'll return shortly.
After which we'll subject the documents to verification by the Electoral Commission team, which is here with us. And on satisfaction that the requirements have been met, the returning officer, who is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, will make a declaration of a nominated candidate, after which there will be a departure to the press room, where you will have opportunity to talk to the nation, to the media, and then receive the security detail. That is on successful declaration as a nominated candidate. At this moment, then, we would like to invite the proposer and the seconder to present to the chairperson the nomination documents of aspiring candidate Tumukunde Henry. The proposer and the seconder, please, can you present to the chairperson, Electoral Commission, who is the returning officer, the nomination documents? Thank you. The chairperson has received from the proposer and the seconder a file containing the nomination documents from aspiring candidate Tumukunde Henry, which will be subjected to verification by the EC team to ensure that all the required documents have been provided and duly filled as specified in the laws. Protocol, just a minute. Protocol, please. What we are seeing is a process to ascertain and ensure that the correct documents have been presented to the Electoral Commission. Before we even start the verification, we must make sure that we have everything that's required for a file to be processed for purposes of nomination. Perhaps what we are looking for and what we're looking at and what we expect in a nomination file includes the following: the nomination paper filled in triplicate, a declaration by the candidate that they consent to the nomination, proof of formal education of advanced level, standard or its equivalent, and then proof of registration as a voter for the proposer and the seconder. So we need to look at their identification details. 3 recent postcard size photographs of the proposed candidate, certificate of compliance issued by the Electoral Commission in accordance with Section 10 of the Presidential Elections Act. And this is the provision which requires an aspiring candidate to have been supported by 100 voters from districts that make 2/3 of the districts of Uganda. We have 146 districts, so that means support from 98 districts. And I think that has been done because that was the basis for this booking. Proof of payment of a non-refundable nomination fee of Uganda shillings 20 million. And in the case of an independent candidate, selection of symbol that they will use for purposes of identifying them on the ballot paper. So the Commission needs to be satisfied that the file that has been submitted to us contains all that detail, and the proposer and the seconder sign on the documents. That's what is going on at the moment. think the Commission is satisfied that we've received the documents, and now they can move to the next step of verification. On that table, we have a team that will verify the documents. First of all, going through the sanitization, you know, the measures to prevent spread of COVID-19. So we have a paper heater, and that's what the team is doing. We are not burning up documents. We are doing a process to cleanse and remove, you know, sanitize, like we use now that expression. So that's not burning, that is sanitizing, given the problem of COVID-19 that we do have. But on that table, we have a team that will do scrutiny concerning the voters, the supporters. Are they, the proposal and the seconder proof that they are registered voters. And then a team that will look at the details of the candidate and also confirm that the payment was made in the bank of the nomination fee, and other requirements have also been met, as specified in the nomination form. And as that process is being handled, we welcome you once again, aspiring candidate Tumukunde Henry and your team. We welcome Madame Stella Tumukunde. Thanks for coming in and accompanying the aspiring candidate. Aspiring candidate is also accompanied by Omar Kalinge Nyago, senior citizen. We welcome you, sir. Good to see you. Yes, sir. And Madame Beatrice Kiraso, thank you for coming. We have Nachitende Sumaya, part of the team. You're welcome. Luganda Alex, welcome, and thanks for accompanying the aspirant. Muzamil Ismail, Issa William Pala, and Vyaktaga Stephen, who are part of the delegation. You are welcome to the nomination center. And for those interacting with the Electoral Commission for the first time, I would like to introduce the members of the Commission to you. On my immediate right, we have Commissioner Justin Ahawe Mugabi, member of the Commission. Peter Emorut, member of the Commission, Commissioner. Madame Natalie Etomaru, Commissioner. The Chairperson, Lord Justice Simon Yorakama. He's our returning officer for purposes of this election. The Deputy Chairperson, Hajat Aisha Luvega. And Commissioner Al-Haj Mustafa Chigozi Sebagala. And on the very extreme right, we have the Acting Secretary, Electoral Commission, Mr. Mlekwa Leonard. On my left here, we have another team that is looking through the papers as well, a head of legal and her team, Dr. Jennifer Ngeo and her team on my left. They're also looking at the papers to ensure that everything has been submitted as is required in law. Because after here, these documents are going to form basis for progression in the electoral cycle. The head of the teams that are verifying is none other than Uma Uchimba. Right now, conferring with the chairperson, is the head of Election Management Department at the Electoral Commission. So please, this is a joyous affair, like we say. Nomination is quite a joyous affair, and the DJ can accompany us during this time with appropriate entertainment. Thank you very much. just to keep you abreast of what's going on, the head election management, like we said, Mr. Omar Kimba is head of election management and oversees this entire exercise. And I think we need to follow and see what they're doing right now, going through the papers, making sure the pages are signed, where the aspiring candidate needs to endorse, to ensure that no page is left unsigned and unowned by the aspiring candidate. So these are very important steps to ensure that the file is complete and that every page can be accounted for during the rest of the process. So please, that's what is going on, engaging the aspiring candidate to put the I's, and the T's, like they say. Make sure that everything is done right. That is required in the Electoral Commission guidelines for nominations. We appreciate the team that has accompanied the aspiring candidate for following the guidelines that we issued concerning the number of people who can access the nomination venue. And I see that they did exactly bring in the numbers that we specified. This is being done to ensure that we follow and comply with the guidelines that are in place right now to combat and prevent the spread of COVID-19 during the electoral process. And I think now Mr. Chimba Omar is satisfied with the file that every page that needs to be signed has been signed and owned by the aspiring candidate, and that now we can move to the next steps of the verification process. The bulk of the verification involved ascertaining that the supporters, the 100 supporters from 98 districts, are authentic, and that was done, and a certificate of clearance was issued to that effect. But also the other requirements that need to be satisfied, need to be so, and that's why we see discussions going on and questions where we need to have questions answered, so that at the closure of the exercise, we are satisfied that everything has been met according to the guidelines and according to the law. So we encourage our aspiring candidate, Tumukunde, and the team, that on successful nomination, the same will have to be applied, protecting the electorate from the danger of spread of COVID-19 through organizing regulated meetings like we guided as Electoral Commission, through taking measures that protect the electorate during a very complicated time of COVID-19. We have recommended the use of non-contact means. We've recommended the use of low human-to-human interactive means and remote engagement, which is through the media and other formats that do not bring many people together at the same time and in the same place. So this is an example of what can be achieved. We can have safe participation in the electoral process, even in a COVID-19 environment. The file now is brought back to the returning officer. They're conferring to see how it progresses to the next level. Joined by the Secretary Electoral Commission, Mr. Mlekwa Leonard. And we know that the team is here from aspiring candidate Tumukunde, so that when there is a question, or whatever question we have, it will have to be answered today and now, so that nothing stands in the way of your aspirations.
Thank you. Can the agent for aspirant Tumukunde Henry Kakurugu step forward, please? You step forward to the commission table. Agent or agents? Thank you. I think there is a slight anomaly in the papers of the aspirant, and we have advised him to rectify that anomaly. Then we can proceed with the nomination process. It's something that is rectifiable. Thank you. Excuse me, I think we need to, before you go, I think we need to appropriately guide our aspirant. I think, Honorable Tumukunde, you may have to appear before the Commissioner for Oath in person. It's not something that is delegatable. So I think just to go and appear for a Commissioner for Oath, then you can take that, you can make that oath, then you come back. Thank you. Fortunately, the aspirant appeared in it well before time, and he still has 1 hour. So there's ample time to sort out whatever is required.
Presidential candidates 2021 general elections here at Kyambogo. The Lieutenant General Henry Tumukunde's documents seem to be having something that needs an oath that he has to take, then come and face the commission.
Thank you, Lord Chair, for the kind guidance.
Then to come and face the commission. We wonder whether we can really get a word from one of his agents.
We will then advise the aspiring candidate and the team to wait in the holding tent until the requirement in law is satisfied.
Probably to have something
which I think is within time, like the chairperson has indicated. So The team accompanying aspiring candidate Tumukunde can wait in our holding tent, and you will be protocol, please kindly show our esteemed guests the holding tent so that they can wait for the team that is going to rectify that requirement in law. Like the chairperson indicated, swearing and having all the documents, signed, including statutory.
That the public may know that the general has gone to correct. We heard of an oath. What exactly is missing?
Well, I'm not privy to the information because the chief of staff is the one handling that. But as the chairman of the commission said, it's a simple issue. It's being handled, and we're going to resolve it within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
So you don't know whether it's with the names or something?
No, I'm not very sure. I don't want to speculate. So it is, at this time, you don't want to speculate. You want to be sure. If you want, you can talk to the chief of staff, who has the privilege of.
Okay, we want to see whether we can really find out what could have happened, not to worry his supporters. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Yes, what could be missing on the general's credentials?
No, the credentials are all okay. Everything is fine. But there's a small part which was supposed to be signed by a commission of oaths.
Okay.
So it was an oversight on our part. Okay. But we have arranged, and the commission of oaths will come here and do it. So within a few minutes. Shouldn't be a big problem.
Is it to do with the names? Is it to do with the academic
what you
documents?
do, you swear, the commission of oaths confirms that everything you have given, all the information you have given is true. That's all.
To summarize whatever you've given out.
Exactly.
Your name once again?
My name is Beatrice Kiraso.
Okay.
Yes.
What is your title in General Tumukunde's?
Chief of Staff in the Renewed Uganda platform.
Oh, your platform is called
The Renewed Uganda.
Wow, we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Yes. That's Madame Chirasro. She's the Chief of Staff in General Tumukunde's camp and the Renewed Uganda camp. And she says they have to get an oath. I beg your pardon. They have to get something signed by an officer of oaths to make sure that it's all confirmed that whatever is being issued here is authenticated and before being issued here. So that's what they have gone to correct. And after that, the Lieutenant General Henry Tumukunde will be allowed to nominate as a candidate. Yes. So it's not to do with the names or something. Gwatulaba Kusta TV,
Okay, thank you so much, Michael Jordan Lukoma at Chambogo, where you are today. Of course, it's a very busy day for you, for us, and of course for the Electoral Commission and the candidates who are coming also for a nomination just right there. And of course, I'm looking at the things as they continue unfolding. Now, remember that on schedule, General Tumukunde was expected to appear at Chambogo at exactly 1 o'clock. He came at 12:30. Now, meaning he utilized this time to come a little earlier. So for the 30 minutes that he was being scrutinized and of course verified, the Electoral Commission found an anomaly just right there where one of his declarations or the deed polls or the legal documents here needed to be certified and of course to get authenticity from the Commissioner of Oaths. Now, Beatrice Kiraso, the Chief of Staff of the Renewed Uganda, Tumukunde's platform, confirms that yes, it was an oversight on their part. And so they've been allowed some time. Now, remember that General Tumukunde has between 1 and 2 o'clock to actually prove himself. Now, that's the window of opportunity that he still has there. It just looks like it's a simple thing according to the party, that according to the team there, that it's something that is very small for them to handle. Now, with me in studios, joining me is Dr. Kamunyu Muhwezi. He's the chairman of the Makerere University Academic Staff Association and also a political analyst. Joining us here on UBC TV to also, of course, give us his expert analysis on this day and what is happening. You're very welcome, Dr. Muhwezi.
Thank you very much. And
Thanks for hosting me today.
Thank you so much for allowing to join me and of course for being with us in studios here on UBC TV. It's a very busy day for us and for so many people out there. The world is waiting to see. Now, by this time we had expected to get the opportunity of having the second candidate. So far, we have one candidate on the ballot who is candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of NRM. Renewed Uganda's Tumukunde is bounced for some time until he actually clears his candidature just right there. But let's get to what's happening today. Let's bring sense, or let's actually just unpack this particular day and nominations as they stand for the people to know.
First of all, it's a very interesting day, a unique one in our history. We've had dramatic days before on such a day where candidates had their groups all over town, jumping up and down and in their different colors, and of course tear gas note on the sideline here and there. But today it's unique. I've been out, the city seems calm. Of course you can see it's because of Corona and of course the guidelines, the SOPs, and the fact that this event is taking place in the outskirts of the city and with all the guidelines. So it's a unique day, but colorful in its own way, because we have to fit within the dictates of the environment in which we live. But I wish it was like before, where everyone felt their candidate had been nominated. But it also teaches us that our world keeps changing, and we have to be ready at all times. And I thank Ugandans for being ready and to accept the conditions we are in, and not to undermine our laws. I am actually very excited that Uganda decided to continue with this period, and that many Ugandans were ready to push on, even when COVID was a very big bottleneck. Of course, we wouldn't be an isolated case. Tanzania is on it, the US is on it, but it could have been different for us, who knows. But we continued with the Constitution as it spells out, and the guidelines, and those who say maybe out there that we are not alive to the law, but Uganda is improving. We are alive to the law. People are committed to some of the things we say out. And also the fact that today also is a unique day, because the last since 2001, we have seen usual faces in our politics, presidential politics. Kano Kizza Besigye, we've been enjoying Mao, we've been enjoying the Jema colleague, and we've been and Chibirige and President Museveni. But today it seems President Museveni is the only
first that has been there before. I think that's a very good observation. Except the 1996 election, where we had Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Paul Kawanga Ssemogerere, and Mayanja Muhammad Chibirige, who were all coming for the first time. And many of us were actually just witnessing the first ever adult suffrage election in this country. When it came to 2001, President Museveni came back. Of course, Mayanja Chibirige came back. Mayanja Chibirige had participated in 1996. When we went into 2006, we saw Dr. Kizza Besigye coming, and that was the second time because he had actually appeared on the ballot of 2001. Yet again, Mayanja Chibirige dropped there and then. Then, of course, we saw newcomers onto that. Chapa Karuhanga stayed there. We had Agria Wall staying. All those didn't return. 2006, we had now Museveni and Besigye, even when it attracted new faces now. Dr. Bedi Wanika, the late now Sebana Chizito, and others coming on. Now, in 2011, we saw Museveni, Kizza Besigye, and of course Wanika, who had been there in 2006.
Yes.
2016, we saw Museveni, Besigye, Bwanika, and of course now attracting newcomers, Mama Mbabazi, Mariamure, and all the others. Yes. Now we've at least seen an election where a candidate has been there and of course coming back again. This time, we are seeing only President Museveni. All these others are trying it out, are coming for the first time. What does this tell to the electorate now, where all of them are newcomers, even when, yes, they are, some are known to the voters?
First of all, I think the continuous changing of faces in politics, partly shows how healthy we are as a
democracy.
But it also shows that we've not run short of leaders to present for elections. President Museveni's absence on the ballot also shows that NRM continues to have confidence in the president, because it's about winning an election. And so you send in the best candidate. And it's a thumbs up for President Museveni. It seems he still holds confidence in the NRM party, and he's seen as a viable candidate. But and of course he's been there longer, he has been on the stage of politics, so he knows the dynamics of but new faces also come with new opportunities. We see a much younger Bobi Wine on the list of those to be nominated. I hope he's successfully nominated. I hope he doesn't
And I think
forget.
Nancy Kalembe is actually younger than Bobi Wine. The lady Nancy Kalembe,
yes,
is younger than Bobi Wine.
Yeah, maybe I'm trying to.
Okay,
yes, but the
young
Wine
actually
in town,
there.
yes,
yeah, Bobi Wine, Nancy Kalembe, there's Kabumba. They're quite younger who are coming on.
But it also shows you that this country has a future. We have young people who are ready to take on the mantle to lead us. There are challenges, yes, because, for example, when President Museveni first presented himself as a potential leader for a country in 1980, you know very well that he had spent a lot of time in the political system.
Yes, he had been.
So he understood a lot of dynamics in leadership. He had an education of some kind. And so there's a uniqueness here in terms of the President Museveni of 1980 and the Bobi Wine of the career of today. We seem to see a difference of some kind. That then we had President Museveni presenting himself as, and yet he understood the system, he understood the politics of the time, he understood the political economy of this country. And so now we have new faces of young people who have been in other sectors of our economy, and coming on board. Some I don't even know their names. Because I know Bobi Wine, but I know he has been a musician. He has been in another sector, and so he's now coming as our
into the political
president. So, but it tells you that we are not short of people to present for leadership. So maybe when Museveni finally retires, he will not leave us empty. But I imagine those who have also taken leave for now, we may consider, who knows, may consider coming back in the future.
Dr. Kamunyu, when you look into the region, we just had an election in Tanzania a few days ago before President John Joseph Pombe Magufuli was declared winner in that election that they held on the 28th of last month. Now, you'll notice that in Tanzania, many of those that come out to challenge the incumbent or the sitting president normally defect from the ruling CCM to the other political parties. A majority of them, well, there are those that have been groomed through the opposition structures, but you find that many of those credible candidates that come to challenge the incumbents from the ruling party, the CCM. The Ugandan story is quite different. You saw Bobi Wine coming on just as an independent, that young man who saw an opportunity to come to parliament through a by-election in Chadondo. He came without a political party. He gets to a parliament and he tells them we do not need political parties because they are divisive. He gets there and he chooses to actually make turn his pressure group into a political party. But amazingly, you find that he's also fishing from the opposition that is already there. And this is the argument. When you look at General Tumukunde, you can imagine, when you run back to 2015, General Tumukunde was up and about, running and, of course, marshalling support for President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM candidate. Today, when he gets there, top on his team is a man called Dr. Kalinge, Omar Kalinge Nyago of JEMA. You notice that it is the opposition just changing, exactly, because you would expect that now Tumukunde is actually with maybe Kasule Lumumba, Tumukunde is with maybe Mike Mukola, Tumukunde is with some person like that. What do you think is actually happening to our opposition? That it is opposition, but still just changing, platforms in the same setting, that they leave NRM untouched. Will they manage to unseat NRM?
That's the first challenge they have, and that's what many commentators have been wondering about. But back to Tanzania, CCM was and is still a very massive party. It's a party that founded Tanzania. And so at some point, everyone was CCM. And it was a very strong party with an ideological complex that you can't unpack, with the youth wing, very strong youth wing, with mentorship programs, with a very massive party. And so at the beginning, there were no opportunities for opposition. They were actually crushed. I remember I studied in Tanzania, luckily. So I remember that time, the times of the likes of Professor Lepumba, my friend Professor Mlambiti. I was young, and he used to tell us about Uganda, and giving then President Nyerere hard time. But the opposition was not allowed to take shape as we have allowed a bit here. And so CCM, for the opposition to take shape in Tanzania, you must have some defections. And that's what has actually happened. And originally CCM, it was a mass party. And by the way, it's also almost the same thing here, but probably it's because at the inception of our country, we had several parties. The Republican Party, UPC, and the DP, which was also interesting in its
Congress of the
and so you have these parties taking on our country, and we start as a multi-party system, and then later we have a dictatorship, and then later we have some confusion, and then one party rule, NRM, and so at some point it did not have the capacity to measure these other parts and bring them on board with some conviction. But they tried, because they had believers also. And so it shows you that then NRM has been able to retain, though it's criticized, to retain its crop of leaders at the time, though at some point we have also had defections. Besigye was from the NRM, the likes of
Tumukunde now.
Mbabazi, Tumukunde, and so there have also been defections. We can call them insignificant or we can call them
inconsequential. Because, you know,
but,
when you
but
look
there
at-
have been some defections.
Yes, because when you see the
ruling
defections, especially in Tanzania, where candidate Lowassa Edward the other time round, went with a mammoth following by him. But we'll discuss this when we return.
But he was deep. He was deep in the parties. He had followers.
Just
And
like
remember, they at some point they were 3 candidates vying for the presidency of CCM.
Okay.
Lowassa.
Just hold it here, Dr. Kamunyu. Michael Jordan Lukoma is ready for me at Chambogom. Back to you, Michael Jordan Lukoma.
Yes, General. Just to guide the public, what exactly had happened? General, what exactly had happened?
No, somebody had to come and certify a stamp.
Okay.
As then I certifying, Naj testing, that's it.
Okay.
Tugenda kulia, tugendewo, tugende kumara ekisigadde.
Hasn't this disorganized your camp in a way?
How?
You had the budget of coming here, nomination, 1 hour, and go away.
And that has
the program
that has murdered but I'm told the lunch is there for everybody.
So
I'm not going to pay for the lunch.
But again, you must have had programs of launching the
We gave ourselves 2 hours. We are still in the 2 hours range. Yes.
So could this, if this failed, can this lead you to being disqualified or something?
Not at all. A stamp. Certifying a stamp, that's not a big deal. It's already done anyway.
Okay, anyway.
Njagala tulye. Naye muleke kuba Kenya Times. Kuba mouthpiece ya party ate nga mulina wemba president mujja kukola. But you've been good.
That is not true, because actually we wouldn't have given you time.
Product yange mwaji publishing.
Yes.
You did?
We wouldn't have given you time to qualify.
Very good.
Okay.
Honored.
Thank you so much. We'll get back to you after. Yes, that is the General Henry Tumukunde, the second candidate for today's nomination exercise. He says he has had the glitch clarified and rectified. The Commissioner of Oaths has come and signed and certified the stamp. So he's coming here for lunch, and after that he will get back for nomination. I think he was in a rush, but we'll get some more minutes to talk to him. There are a number of things that we really need to know. For all candidates, there must be a certified stamp that certifies all the documents that they're handing in here to the Electoral Commission. So he didn't give me the space to ask how a senior man like him had this missing on his documents, but we shall talk about that when we get ample time, because there is that moment where they are all supposed to talk to the media immediately after their nomination. Let us pray that he has not forgotten anything else, but this particular one has been rectified. We thank you so much for watching. Keep glued on UBC TV. It is perfect first-hand information, clear, objective, and all that. Thank you so much for watching. Let's hand you back to Jagenda in studio.
Thank you so much, Michael Jordan Lukomwa, just right there. And of course, we just love that work with General Tumukunde, who has also got some time to actually even break off for lunch. We're only thinking that had he come late, maybe I think there will be much more disruptions. And I think it's actually just important for people to know that if you have a flight, come earlier, such that if there are issues with your passport or anything, you can actually rectify them before. You have enough time to rectify them before any of these things happen.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Kamunyu, back to you.
Yes. At some point, Prime Minister Lowassa and Jakaya Kikwete and Benjamin Mkapa competed for a position head of CCM, and they had following, which is different from because there hasn't been such a defection that has such a structure. They competed, meaning they had political loyalties within CCM. So defection meant you move with the people who believe in you, and I think that's what we saw happening with Lowassa, President Lowassa, Prime Minister Lowassa, and which has not been the case in Uganda. We've had, people shifting loyalty due to personal grudges or sometimes institutional difficulties, but we've not seen a politician in their own merit with a following in the party which is identified with him, let's say out of internal politics, let's say those who had stood with President Museveni for the flag bearer, shifting with their royalty. We've not seen such. And this points also to the ideological complex of our parties and how they shape up over time. CCM being such a serious mass party with structures, with a very complex grassroots system, presents such an institution that if you're a flag bearer in it, you also have people who share your ideas, and from top to bottom, and they see you as a potential leader of a country. So in case of a defection, you move with your people from top to bottom because they believe in you, they believe in your ideas, they believe in your leadership, which has not been the case here. And maybe this speaks to NRM a bit in a way that the absence of alternatives could later, send our NRM to another direction in case, let's say, President Museveni leaves. Because you see the Kikwetes, the Mkapas, the Lowasas, they were part and parcel of it, and they were allowed to compete and share in the ideological system of CCM, so they had following all through. While ours maybe disagree on how maybe the cake is being divided, or the freedoms that were never given, or challenges, and then they live without a political system. They live alone, and the only place they can fish from easily is an opposition that also lacks. Opposition parties also are not ideologically sound. That's you know that very well. So you have a chance now to fish from the opposition, and also NRM may be the silent ones. You never know. Maybe at grassroots, maybe the youth that are never mentored by the NRM, and also the commercialization of politics has some part to play. And so livelihood is a big factor in deciding to leave. And so you have business people who I usually call them political entrepreneurs in the political space. So if I leave, where will I have my next meal? And then we have this careerism also. People who look at politics as a job, as a calling. So they don't have any conviction in terms of how to shape a nation and the ideas that they would wish to sell. But they go out and get things, talk about things. Oh, we don't have roads, we don't. But no one has a philosophy based on how, for example, a family should be shaped, how governance and law should be shaped, how universities should work, an education system, and that they are convinced and that they rally people to follow that kind of ideal situation, which is ideological. So you expect these challenges, and I see us not getting out of this until we redefine our political system.
The other issue that I want you to address us on, Dr. Kamunyu here, is look at the personalities now that we have. Today, we are seeing an election where Dr. Kizza Besigye is not going to be on the ballot. FDC as a party have a candidate who will nominate tomorrow, Patrick Amurato Boy. And everybody thinks this might be the end of the FDC. Now, FDC has had that cult leader in the person of Dr. Kizza Besigye. Do you look at FDC carrying on with their key, with their symbol of Vechiso Muluzo, as it's been with Dr. Kizza Besigye with Patrick Oboy, or if Besigye falls back and sits back, then he's actually going to rest with his support and percentage, and FDC will actually have to start from nowhere again?
Maybe back a bit before I go there. In 2001, I was a young man, and when Besigye first presented himself for this business, and like we've been talking, he had a following. He sort of like agenda. Also pulled some people from
Oh yes, that was a very formidable one. Yes, that was a very formidable one of the reform agenda. We saw, of course, so many who crossed from now, but of course there was no NRM as a political party, but we saw so many across under PAFO and the reform agenda, which was a very formidable one.
And so then he comes in, and it was, I think, a challenge for him. He comes in, he first, gets those challenges, and then in 2005 we have this push for multi-party, return to multi-party politics, and then of course he comes in, and then we move on, and FDC begins to take shape. I think just like NRM also has challenges of a solid system of ideas that people base their politicking on. I think FDC, fishing from the same system, also fails to make itself a distinct party with its ideas that are very strong, and that where leaders are believed, and that founders just are seen, but as mere founders. And to me, this is not typical. It's typical, sorry, I beg your pardon. It's typical of founders, especially when they are iconic leaders. Just like President Museveni also. NRM is my president also as well, to a large extent. FDC is also Kizza to some extent. At some point, DP was Kawanga Semogerere. At some point, you could. So this is typical of systems or institutions that start with a very strong personality. CCM at some point was Nyerere. But the difference is that for them they had a system of mentorship, and so people believed in the institution of CCM more than the individual, though Nyerere was like a cult leader also, but the system was also like a cult. It really absorbed people and left them, one with it. While for us, the cult leader, the party leader, let's not use that cult, is so strong, but the institution
stronger than the institution.
Is stronger than the institution. And so there is no system of mentorship, ideas on which people are rallied, trained youth, mobilized, and there's no movement. And I always say a party should be like a faith. Where you really believe with all your heart, and whether with money or without money, you just go dancing and rejoicing. Until such parties define the political space, until such parties come in to define the political space in Uganda, we will still see the strong heads of parties live with their parties. And I think the question you asked me, maybe that's what could be the case. We see now a lukewarm FDC, it's as if it's not there, because the leader, the founder, is gone. And so the FDC now, so this brings something on the table for political leaders to reflect on deeply, because it seems to be a missed opportunity. And this is for NRM, also FDC, or any other political party that may come in the future. I have seen people predicting, political commentators predicting, that NUP could be no more after
2021.
Meaning it's not an institution, but it's a personality, Bobby Wine, the musician, with a following, and believers, the young people, and etc. And so the institution of NUP may not just be, because I don't see a brigade, I don't see a faith, I don't see people with a belief and willing to. I see people eyeing directories, eyeing material things, and we should also be there. It's our time. But your time with which vessel? And what is the state of your vessel? The vessel is a political party. And I think you said something that we don't need political parties, which Bobby Wine said. I think that was immature at that point.
At that
because
time, yeah.
political
That
parties
was in October,
within a political
that was in October
system,
2018.
yes, are very important vessels.
He didn't think they were
very
important
serious
at the time.
vessels on which then politicking is done, sustained politicking is done. And like you say, CCM, that you have a system of you have a party with a system that keeps young people coming in and getting indoctrinated in the beliefs and the education system, the family structure, the laws and government, a system that they believe in, which I think makes it hard for
Professor
us.
Kamunyo, I'll actually get you more on to the discussion of political parties themselves, but just to run the people through, in 1996 we had an election where it attracted 6.1 million voters. In 2001, the number just increased to 7.5 million voters. In 2006, the numbers actually went down. In 96, we had 6.1 million voters. In 2001, we had 7.5. In 2006, we had 7.2. Now the numbers came lower that time in 2006, and of course that was the first multi-party general election that we had. In 2011, the numbers went to 8.2. I'm counting the votes that were cast, and of course in 2016, the numbers skyrocketed to 10.3. Now this is the election that attracted Honorable John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, Venantius Mariamureba, the late now Benon Biraro, Mabirizi Charia, I beg your pardon, Joseph Mabirizi and Charia Warube. Those were the new entrants into that election. Of course, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Kizza Besigye and Abed Bwanika were in that election. We've seen the numbers just growing. This time round, what would be your prediction of the voter turnout? I just want to look at the votes that will be cast. Now that there is this euphoria of the young persons and, it's our time, it's Mission 2021, it is Tulimu struggle. You've heard about these slogans of Tulimu struggle, and of course attracting all these. What do you think the turnout will be like, and of what effect will it be translated to especially those who are trying to get President Museveni out of this thing?
Yes, since 2000 we have seen a positive trend, and I also want to add that there's been an increase, a slight increase in voter turnout, and the recent one being 60 presidential, being 60.
President Museveni?
Yes, 63.
I think it was 63 or 61 or something.
60, something
Well,
point
but we
with
can look at
points.
that.
That's the most recent turnout. But there's something interesting in those statistics also, that presidential elections have sort of had a slightly higher turnout compared to parliamentary elections. And there's also another ingredient in there. You see, the points when we have had sort of like excitement of a new face coming, especially those breaking away from NRM, we've also seen a slightly higher turnout, apart from the Mama Mbabazi fall off. But in 2001, surprisingly, we had a much higher turnout.
In 2001, yes.
Yes, when Besigye sort of like became a contender. And then there was also, in 2005, 2006, there was a higher turnout. And this is a time we entered multi-party politics. I want to build a case. And then there was also a slightly higher, a better turnout in
2011?
2016
2016,
had
yes,
a
it was,
better turnout.
2016 had a better turnout.
Meaning that every time we have a defection or some kind of contestation or a new framework, we get Ugandans more excited to come and participate. I don't know whether you get it. In 2001, we had Besigye break, and then we see this high turnout. In 2005, we are going to multi-party, and then 2006, we have a slightly higher turnout. Meaning, then in 2006, And 16, we also see a slightly higher turnout compared with the parliamentary elections. Now, this means that every time we have a defection from the ruling party, people tend to, we tend to have higher turnout of voters. That's the first thing I point to. The second one could be that during those moments, there is widespread mobilization of people. There's a lot of mobilization in us, you know, the contenders go far away. The believers of those who have defected go far away to mobilize. And then also the third one could be the controversy as a result of defection comes with media attention, and a lot of there's always widespread communication to the grassroots. So these factors could be responsible for higher turnout. Now, on the basis of that, and with NUP, I hope I have built my, with NUP coming on board and young people excited, I predict a higher turnout, a higher turnout this time, because it's synonymous, it's in line with what has been happening. I predict a higher turnout, at least beyond 12 million voters. And let's look at this. In 2000, we had 9 registered voters, million registered voters. Yes. In 2016, we had 15.2 million voters. Now we have 17.7. And then at the same time last year, we had about 1.3 extra voters, new voters coming on board, 1.3 million. Around the same time, in 2016, we registered 1.3 million voters.
New voters.
New voters. Around the same time today, we have 2.5 million new voters. And usually these are very enthusiastic voters.
They're doing it for the first time.
Yes, and they want to vote. And so I can ably add those on the 10-point-something million of 2016
yes, exactly.
and predict fairly and say we may have about 13 million.
13 million, the numbers, votes cast.
Cast.
Okay.
Yes, votes cast. Using the 2 point new, because new voters are always excited. They don't miss out on their...
And they want to.
On where will those votes go? Will they go to NRM or will they go to the... Who excited these new voters? Who are they interested in? We'll then you know, talk of opinion polls on who has these new voters, these young people. 1.3 around the same time, 2016, now 2.5, meaning we have almost 1.2 million voters
who are coming on. Well, thank you so much. Dr. Muhwezi, the other thing that I want to draw your attention to here is that when you look into the statistics, you will see that Dr. Kizza Besigye had 27%. His first attempt when he came on, he started with 27%, and of course that was 2 million votes. 2 million votes is what he had. In 2006, he actually added another almost 500,000 votes onto the 2 million that he had, and his percentage actually grew by 10%. It went to 37%. In 2011, the number of votes actually dropped, and the percentage also dropped. He slid back from 37 to 26, but with just 2 million votes. What he actually got in 2011 is similar to what he got in 2001. But yet again, in 2016, his numbers grew, and he raised 3.5 million votes with a percentage of 35% there. Who do you think is taking Dr. Kizza Besigye's 3.5 million votes this time round? Can the FDC capitalize on Dr. Kizza Besigye's, or you think all these new persons, because I am looking at President Museveni with his 60%, with his 60% that he had in the last election, and Dr. Kizza Besigye leaves his 35 here for new entrants, Bobby Wine, Amriat, Tumkunde, and all these others. Who do you think is actually going to take away this 35 that Dr. Kizza Besigye had amassed over the years?
I don't think Ugandans have grown such a level that you can easily transfer them to any other person.
We are not yet there.
Because of lack of ideology again, we have, you can't just say they would be transferred to. But we can be so sure that those who have always voted opposition are more likely to vote opposition. And how they distribute themselves is a matter of analysis I think we have. Who is likely to take more among the other contenders? Besigye share. I imagine this period FDC has been in place also has some loyalties. There are people who really believe in it. I imagine they believe in it. They believe it, and they may not believe in the character now who is in charge, but there are those who believe in the party. Let's say those who insist that okay, let's keep building. So I'm seeing a situation whereby almost a half of FDC supporters will fall off because of the nature of leadership and the belief in leaders as opposed to the party. And then half may be up for grabs. And I see the party more likely to grab these, especially the young people, being NUP. And so let's say half, that's 12 or 13 or 15. Okay, let's say. So 15 is more likely to go to NUP. We are sharing the cake, FDC cake, and based on the fact that we believe in current leaders and not the party. If it was a party, I would confidently say they still have their solid. But because we lack that belief, 15 are more likely to go away out of his 30% vote score. 15 is more likely to go to NUP, and if NUP with this wave also takes on the a percentage of Ugandans who are maybe dissatisfied with the political system in place, he is more likely to take the NUP is more likely to take a higher opposition share.
A bigger share.
Likely. But we may also be deceiving ourselves. Maybe more Ugandans more than ever before so believe that Museveni is still relevant to this country, and meaning 15 could go back to Museveni.
To add on his 60%.
Yes, who knows? Meaning then NUP will remain with whatever it took. We could see NUP in the third position if that is the case. So and then the believers of FDC, if they insist on having their candidate on top, because I'm worried it's lukewarm. It seems lukewarm now. It's not vibrant as I used to see. Then you could see Museveni getting a slightly higher percentage than last year, in 2016. And then a little bit of sharing here and there of the rest. But maybe we could be deceived because also the demographic tells us something that is a bit unique. Uganda is a very young population, has a very young population. And this is not, I hear people saying, now we have a young population. No, it has always been the case since 1950. We have always had between 47, between the age of 14 and 30. Now between 14 and 64, they are still 49. And it has always been, for Ugandans should know that it has always been, we have always had a young population. But maybe what we should talk about is what will influence voting this time.
Exactly.
What we should, but to say, oh, there are more young people now, no.
They've always been
we have always had a young population as a country since 1950. You can imagine.
There's no time.
What is going to influence voting? There are arguments that the desire for change is upstream, may define the voting pattern. But I want to say a little bit of no, because Ugandans also seem to be very sensitive about their future. NRM has brought some little joy in the difficulties, amidst difficulties, yes, which I expected. But But the NRM government also has brought some, you know, minimums for human progress. And so those who think that the desire for change is upstream and so is more likely to voting should also be very careful, because it seems Ugandans also would love to vote a person that they know is going to keep the peace and security of this country, that is going to keep prosperity moving forward. And more likely, they may fall onto President Museveni again, because he seems to have these credentials. Because we have always had a young population, so those dreaming that young population
it is not the first
all of
time.
a sudden have,
it didn't just come today.
we can discuss. But what will that our young population now be? So I can also argue that maybe with more communication, with people knowing, young people getting to know the problems of the country and who could be responsible for them, maybe NUP could stand at an advantage, because now more young people are enlightened and they understand what is going on. There are WhatsApp groups in the villages and etc. And so that could give NUP. But when you go back a little bit, if you are a young person, you go back a little bit and you see the nature of the way NUP has evolved and the players in there, and you look at their experience, their ability to run the politics of this country sustainably without altering our lives significantly, and which people may look at actually, then you would see more people fearing to go there. But yes, on the streets everywhere you see people desiring a change, but on whether change should go to inexperienced, populist persons, I think is currently a matter of debate. And by the way, people tend to think that the Airites are the ones discussing this. No, even people out down there, they are now more enlightened. You find them discussing. I was in the village during the NRM primaries because I had gone to vote, and I was excited. I spent more time with the people, and I was excited to see that people understand these issues. They understand what is at stake. They understand. You see people saying, now if we vote this one, but what about this? What will happen? Will we be able to manage this? Will we be able, so all those will guide us in who becomes our next leader. But I see for sure that all factors seem to be on the side of NRM. They have the money, they have resources, they have the experience, they have the structures, they have, and so, truth be told, you see some kind of, possibility, more possibility there. Because now with NUP, let's say you had the majority. Do you have all the structures necessary to protect the vote? Let's say, because one would blame NRM stole the vote. But the NRM is a system of people at villages, they can choose to cheat. Not because it's party policy, but because someone doesn't want to lose, and then they push for that kind of. So for me, I think the fact that the NRM has been here longer, it has structures, it has money, it has sympathy, whatever, and that there seems to be no formidable, convincing alternatives that have also been sold carefully to the population, gives it a chance to again bounce back.
Okay, well, that's Dr. Muhwezi with me here, the chairperson of MWASA, and of course giving us his expert analysis on what is happening. And of course we are talking about day one of the nominations, which is actually happening today at Kyambogo University. Earlier on today we saw candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the National Resistance Movement getting duly nominated at exactly 10:36, and the second candidate there to be nominated should have been General Ternet Mukunde Kakurugu, who appeared a little earlier than his scheduled time, but also got some hiccups on the way, and he had to go and rectify some things on his documents. Now, as the time speaks here, it's just 10 minutes to 10 minutes to 2 o'clock. And of course, at 2 o'clock, we are expecting another candidate. Let me just show you the next candidate who is coming on here. They should flash to us the schedule here of who is coming on next. We saw President Museveni at 10 o'clock, according to the program. The next year should have been Brigade, I beg your pardon, Lieutenant General Tumukunde. If my producers here can actually just show us that list to know who is coming on next, because we need to actually know whether the third candidate is also appearing, because they just have 1 hour between every one of them. We expect one at 2 o'clock, we expect another at 3 o'clock, and we expect another at 4 o'clock. Now that's where they are. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni appeared at 10 a.m. and he did his in time and on time. General Tumukunde, who should be out by now, he's only got 10 minutes to move out, and of course to pave way for John Katumba. John Katumba, an independent candidate, also there, is supposed to appear at 2 p.m. And of course, between him and General Greg Mugisha Muntu, there is also 1 hour, meaning that at 3 o'clock, Mugisha Muntu should also be getting ready to present his documents there. If they are actually talking, then they should be calling Tumukunde to ask Tumukunde what the problem could have been, such that they can also rectify and put that in order before they appear before the Justice Mujenyi Byamukama's commission. That is also manning and doing the first election this time round, and we expect that Nancy Linda Karembe will be the last candidate today at 4 p.m. But remember, according to the Electoral Commission, it's open up to 5 p.m. Now that means when Nancy appears, when Nancy Karembe appears at 4 o'clock, she's supposed to be handled, and that by 5 o'clock she should be out of that. Now, Tumukunde is deemed to actually encroach on somebody's time, and of course he will encroach on Katumba John's time, just right there. He came a little earlier, but when he had a few issues here and there, I think he also now disorganized the commission's lunch break. When he came here to be handled, then again, when he cleared these issues, he was again ushered into somewhere for lunch. We just need to know whether he's now done already, because according to program, at 2 o'clock, like I said, somebody else should be coming through.
Yeah.
And I just wonder what happens if Katumba is actually ready there to say, here I am, it's 2 o'clock. What happens before Kakurugu but is actually not yet handled. As we wait to be told what is happening, we wait to get to Jordan Lukoma in Chambogo. Doctor, the slogans, of course, and the slogans, the colors, and the candidates themselves. We've talked about the candidates, but the slogans themselves, do they make any meaning? We talk about a renewed Uganda. Now you had Beatrice Chirasho here say, I am for that platform, a renewed Uganda. Amuriat is coming on with building a new Uganda. Bobby Wine talk about a new Uganda. I went to primary school whose motto looks like that of Makerere University. Now Makerere University says, we build for the future. My primary school says build for the future, and it inspired us, of course, to climb to Makerere University. But these talk about almost something which is similar. They are looking at a renewed Uganda, a new Uganda, building a good Uganda. It's a new Uganda, and it's basically new. Will these slogans mean anything for the electorate?
What will influence people to vote largely where we are? And people forget that. We are a peripheral economy, and we are also a peripheral capitalism. And so basically materialism defines us, and that's what people forget. Materialism, things define us at this point in our history. Money speaks a lot. Why? For the system we adopted. We are democracy, we have some elements of capitalism, dirty sometimes, social sometimes. And so the vagaries of capitalism took root. And that's for sure. And people tend to pretend here and bring on board analyses that don't really describe us. The fact is that Ugandans are busy finding food for the next meal and looking for, and that's a fact, looking for an opportunity to educate their child and looking for an opportunity to produce more. And that's a fact. People have changed a bit. And so a new Uganda would mean what to these Ugandans who are in this kind of struggle? And it's real, because they don't have anything. They've since said bye to social welfare, hospitals. Sometimes people have abandoned public hospitals. You see them in clinics, private clinics. It's kind of cultural change. And so what will motivate Ugandans to vote is really, and especially the majority who live in the countryside. The rate of urbanization has been a little higher, about 2.7%, but we also still have a significant number of our people living in the rural areas. And so economics will speak a lot, and also the vagaries of economics, being, whoever gives you an advantage promises you a job or is close to your son or is likely to cause some tilt to reduce your burdens of money in the house, or is more likely to take your vote. Not because you believe that Uganda should exist on such and such a principle. Not that. I think, to me, these are slogans which are important, yes, but I don't think they speak a lot to Ugandans who are living ordinarily and who have been, roughened up by the vagaries of capitalism, and whereby every individual looks at themselves. And Ugandans should know that. At some point when we all go home, we look at ourselves. We no longer have common good. Yes, we still have some, and we still argue that this common good. But the fact is, we want to eat, we want to drink, we want to dress up, we want to buy a car, and so a candidate who will appeal to you in time is more likely to take your vote. And this is where, to me, this sloganeering makes little sense. And then a person who articulates the needs of the people in terms of, now we've been here, we've been doing this, prosperity is here, because at some point everyone has some level of prosperity. Even the poor ones are beginning to see, maybe if I farm here, I will sell here. So they are tuned. Is more likely then to take the vote.
Okay. Well, I thank you so much, Dr. Muhwezi. We'll now get back to Kyambogo, where General Tumukunde is appearing now. He has about 3 minutes to get there. Let's see what happens. I want to thank you so much for having allowed to join me here and for giving me your time and, of course, for your expert analysis. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And thank you for hosting me as well. Okay. We hope everything goes well. And I appeal to Ugandans to remain calm. This is our country. We live in it once. It's a very beautiful country. And so we are also obligated to protect it.
Very good. Well, thank you so much. That's Dr. Muhwezi, the chairman of Makerere University Academic Staff Association, with his analysis to us here. We now go to Kyambogo to see what happens and what the fate of General Tumukunde is. Back to Kyambogo.
So what's going on right now is verifying the documents afresh and looking at the areas that had not been signed off to ensure that everything has been done correctly and can be received for purposes of nomination. We have an aspiring candidate who has also joined us right now in the waiting tent, in the holding tent. And so as soon as we go through this process here, we will be receiving the next aspirant who is lined up. You can see the legal team going through and ascertaining that the documents have been prepared and arranged well as required by law before presentation to the chairperson to consider and proceed to the next stages in the nomination exercise. As we await the documents to come to the high table once again, we want to engage our audiences afresh and say that the Commission is appealing and promoting a message of safe participation in the electoral process. What aspiring candidate Henriette Mukunda has done is what we recommended, that we advised concerning the nomination, coming in small numbers, and the same should be extended to the other engagements with our audiences, meeting in smaller groups, manageable numbers, bearing in mind the SOPs that have been put in place to manage and combat and prevent the spread of COVID-19 during the electoral process. We believe we can have safe participation, we can have high participation in the electoral process in a safe manner through regulated gatherings and meetings. And that's the message we're sending out to aspiring candidates and the supporters out there. Now, there should be a responsible exercise of our rights so that we do not get carried away by the excitement of the political season and expose the people we love so much, our dear supporters and our dear leaders whom we want to support, to the risk of COVID-19. So kindly, out there, protect yourselves, protect your supporters, protect your leaders by social distancing, wearing masks at all times. We know that during elections we want to scream and shout, sing and dance and move around in processions. The Commission has issued guidelines that public assemblies, mass political rallies remain banned, and we want to make sure that we use other alternative means of engaging our audiences. The means which include non-contact means like posters, banners, flyers, brochures that can be hung up and put in places where we can have visibility, radio, television where you can do that, a newspaper announcement, and what the UCC has now permitted us to do, the open air broadcasting, or what we call Chizindalo in our communities, of course used in a regulated manner. So when we do that, we can achieve extensive awareness and at the same time promote safe participation, because that is the emphasis. Participate safely in the electoral process. Make sure you get to February and beyond, because elections are ending in February and then there's life after February. So we are sending out a message of safe participation in the electoral process. The file has been brought back to the returning officer, who will now consider it, the guidance from Mr. Omar Chimba, and then we proceed to the next steps.
All right. Aspirant Henry Tumukunde Kakurugu has rectified the anomaly that was in his nomination papers. May I now invite you to step forward and identify the symbol that you would like to use since you are coming as an independent aspirant.
When the candidate chooses a symbol, we also request the candidate, aspirant candidate.
A clock. Clock. Okay. He has selected a clock as his symbol.
Sure.
You can go and see.
We have seen the selection.
Yes, you will sign after we filled in.
And even witnessed and heard the voice.
No, but after we have filled in these other details.
That the choice of symbol is the clock. Accordingly, out of the 10 symbols that we do have available for selection by independent candidates, the clock has now been taken, as you have all seen and heard from his very own mouth, saying that the clock is my symbol. So for purposes of presidential elections 2021, the clock has a symbol, goes to aspiring candidate Tumukunde Henry. Yes. If you noticed and followed from the first nomination that we had, when the ink gets onto the paper with that famous pen, you know that the paperwork is accepted, it's progressing well. And I think that comes as a relief to an aspiring candidate. So there will be several pages that the chairperson has to sign. Each page signed, endorsed, and stamped, and the seal of the Electoral Commission, which is before the chair at this moment. These documents are very important, and if you noticed closely, hope the cameras zoom in, there is a clock before the commission, because we also mark and indicate the time in which the aspiring candidate presented themselves and when they were declared nominated. All these are very important as we prepare documents relating to the elections. To ensure that everything is done well, the chairperson is guided by Mr. Umar Chiumba, who is the head of election management, and the acting secretary, Mr. Mlekwa Leonard. It's a highly experienced technical team that has handled nominations at various levels, local government, parliamentary, and now presidential. And once again, we appreciate members who have come in to witness the nomination, and those audiences which are out there, who are out there following on television, radio broadcasts, and on social media. We're still going on with the nominations up to 4 p.m. today, and then nominations continue through tomorrow as aspiring candidates present themselves.
Okay, we require aspirant Henry Tumukunde Kakurugu to affix your signatures on some of those documents. Thank you.
Protocol team. The picture and the sound of the stamp on the papers is a pleasant one because it means that the paperwork is moving smoothly and now awaits the seal. And like the word goes, the seal says it all, that it is now final. It can be received and a declaration can be made. After the declaration, the chairperson will be addressing the candidate and issuing some guidance concerning the conduct in the next coming days before we start officially the nomination, or rather the campaign period on the 9th of November. So the program after that is that after the declaration, the aspiring candidate, or rather now the candidate at that time, will be able to address the media. There is a press tent that is put out there, a media center, where members of the press can interact with a candidate who has been nominated successfully. It's an opportunity that we have, given that we have not had many media houses present. It's the opportunity that we have to reach out to our audiences and engage them and tell them what lies ahead during the campaign and leading to elections in January. So our protocol team will then lead the team outside to the media center, which has been set up, and the media will follow the protocol that we've agreed upon concerning engaging our dear guests and candidates for that matter, engaging them in a safe manner. It will be a great opportunity to broadcast a message to the audiences out there and the supporters. That will be followed by a handover of security detail. The Commission gives out to each successfully nominated candidate a security detail involved, including a truck with security for purposes of providing security to the nominated candidate. That will be done outside the tent. And so we wish to put the agents on notice so that they support a nominated candidate through that last phase of engagement with the Electoral Commission today. The Secretary of the Electoral Commission is engaging the seal and attaching the seal, a very, very important part of the nomination process, which confirms that we've gone through the stages and satisfied the requirements, and therefore a declaration can be made by the returning officer, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. We thank you once again for going through this process and being patient as we undertook the verifications that are required in law and are good for all of us.
We have verified the paperwork of aspirant Henry Tumukunde Kakurugu, and everything is now in order. I, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, being the returning officer for the nomination of presidential candidates, do hereby declare Tumukunde Henry Kakurugu a duly nominated candidate in respect of the presidential elections 2021, having fulfilled the nomination requirements under the Presidential Elections Act 2005 as amended. As a candidate, you are required to note and perform the following. 1. Appoint an official agent who will coordinate your campaign meetings and media programs and also attend meetings on your behalf where necessary. Secondly, you are to avail the Commission with a schedule of your campaign meetings and media program as soon as practicable to facilitate the smooth harmonization of all the candidates' campaign programs countrywide. Thirdly, you are to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Electoral Commission on compliance with the harmonized campaign program and adherence to the campaign guidelines, including the COVID-19 standard operating procedures. I wish you success in your endeavors. Now, before candidate, now you are no longer an aspirant. Before candidate Henry Tumukunde Kakurugu gets a slot with the media, would like to perform another function of handing over to you. Would like to hand over to you the official security vehicle, which will be used by the security for your protection, and we would like to hand it over to you before we get engaged or we call in another aspirant. As we are calling in another aspirant, please, you are at liberty to engage with the media across, but can we now proceed to the other side to do that function of handing over the vehicle to you? I thank you. Yes.
Yeah, the commission led by the chairperson is now proceeding to the parking area to officially hand over a vehicle, and security detail as part of facilitation to the nominated candidate. Security is very important as the candidates will now be traveling across the country and engaging audiences across different parts of Uganda. We congratulate the candidate now, Henry Tumukunde, on the successful nomination and wish him and his team a peaceful, safe, and successful campaign.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you. Tuned into UBC TV. We are still coming to you live from Kyambogo grounds, where we're having the presidential nominations for the 2021 general elections. We have just seen a conclusion of the nomination process of candidate Henry Tumukunde, Lieutenant General Henry Tumukunde, who has just been nominated right now. And at this point, the Electoral Commission is handing over to him a van for his security and the personnel for his security. As you can see, these are the energetic police officers that are going to man his security. As a candidate, the Electoral Commission has the responsibility to make sure that he is secure. I don't know whether we can have a word with this officer to tell us what exactly these officers do. Okay. Yes, they will man his security, and it's them to ensure that he is secure. Afternoon. Good afternoon, Afande. Just a brief one. Okay, Afande is busy and he's not ready to talk to us, but these are the officers that are going to man the General Tumukunde's security, and the van and the personnel have all been handed over to him just here in Kyambogo, and this will be the norm to all the candidates. It's an entitlement. So now he's going to the moment with the media. He's going to talk to us, answer some questions, and probably make some promises, tell us what his agenda entails. Keep it UBC TV.
Check 1, 2.
It's okay.
We are still at Kyambogo for today's nomination, and of course candidate number 2 there, General Henry Tumukunde Kakurugu, has also been duly nominated and given his security camp. There he stands up now to address the press, as the custom and the order actually is. Once you go through that, as candidate number 3 also comes, let's first hear from General Tumukunde, as aspirant number 3 also comes in. He was there before in the holding tent. Now let's listen to Tumukunde, as the Electoral Commission also gets to nominate Mr. John Katumba. Let's hear from Tumukunde.
The persons accompanying him, in compliance with our recommendation for being accompanied with a small group.
Members who escorted us and who I think I should mention in person, starting with Sumaya, who is in charge, Nashtende, who is in charge of women, Stephen Vyakutaga, who is in charge of Western Uganda, Ismail Muzamiru, who is in charge of the under 40 of our group, and yes, Isabili Mpala, who is in charge of our disabled team. I'm sorry, I had to get the right names very correct. On behalf of Renewed Uganda and on behalf of myself, I salute you, fellow countrymen, and indeed welcome you to a new Uganda. We've just received the symbol of a clock. I chose it deliberately just because the time has come. And the time is now. It's not yesterday. It's not tomorrow. The time is now. Karibu sana. Let me also acknowledge with gratitude and respect the distinguished service of men and the willing support I have received from Ugandans, especially where I have been. And I'm now honored to say that I'm fortified to pursue the struggle to every direction. With humility and respect, I want to acknowledge and pay tribute to the memory of many of our comrades whose blood and sweat is the reason why we can reach where we are today. I want to pass a special message to my opponents with whom we are campaigning. I would like to thank all my worthy opponents in this presidential run. Every one of them helps us to define and make stronger our young but growing democracy. For my colleagues in the opposition, I invite you not only to campaign, but also to encourage larger Uganda turn-up. If Ugandans turn up on election day, a new Uganda will certainly be a reality. This election is the most important election in my own life since 1980, and I would want that the 17.7 million Ugandans, as Americans have done and as the British did during Brexit, should turn up and vote for this important election. Today, I'm honored and humbled to accept the mantle of seeking the leadership that people of Uganda from all the sub-counties will be bestowing upon me in the next election. I have every belief that we shall have fair competition with all the members, with all the aspirants, and we hope to invite the Electoral Commission at this time to pay particular attention to running and delivering a free and fair election. Uganda today, irrespective of who is the executive in office, is faced with monumental challenges. I have in my many speeches listed quite a number of them. Today, 25 after promulgating our constitution, in which I participated as a draftsman, the rights of citizens are no longer protected through the legislation that upholds the spirit of our constitution, but by rather those who occupy the executive office. You know very well how much pressure has been bestowed, has been asserted on me, and I would want to say I hope this marks the end of very irregular and illegal actions from those who hold these offices. I would like to tell Ugandans that we have 4.5 trillion in terms of debt. This is the public debt. This is a ministry larger. This is very, very deep a debt for an economy like ours, and I would want that we become very, very, very sensitive about the speed at which we are borrowing other taxpayers' money. And I would want to raise an important point today, that Africa must stop living on other taxpayers' money. And I would want to say again that the important thing about what we have as resources, we have very many resources. I am of the view that we should start tapping resources, our own resources, to be able to run our own country without depending on foreigners and foreign debt. Our promise to Ugandans is very, very simple. We shall operate so much on the subject of infrastructure. We shall spend quite a lot of time on energy, but maybe I should say something about infrastructure. No country in the world with 45 million growing at 3% can ever grow by consuming 600 megawatts of electricity. In 2021, and bundle the existing electricity tariff to release constrained demand has kept our country in in an energy poverty trap. Infrastructure will expand the electricity infrastructure and generation of power. Private sector must look onto us. We know very well that SMEs we provide, we are creating employment and fostering economic growth. We acquire cheap capital from the developed world and lend it to businesses at less than 10% rates. SMEs, we promise to especially support our nation's top employer, SMEs and cottage industries. The SMEs constitute 19% of the private sector, and we shall contribute 80%, and contribute 80% of our manufacturing output, and provides 2.5 million jobs. However, only 30% of them live to celebrate their third birthday due to difficulty to meet overhead such as electricity, transport, and capital. We shall tackle government spending. I am very, very interested that apart from overspending, we also have too many leakages, and I think we have to take care of them if we are going to run an a progressive and effective country. Health workers, please wait for our great attention, especially with the pandemic. You need greater attention than you deserved even earlier. Teachers, count on us. We shall take special interest in you. We shall make sure that no single responsible government would just look on as you go months without pay, or a loan facility to start small business for individual for survival during this long holiday. We shall not allow this to happen. We shall pay special farmers. We shall attend to you. I intend to bring an end to the story of the whole, and this is really a very, very important endeavor. And I believe, like Malaysia hanged the whole in 1972, we should be able to do the same as quickly as we can. We shall care to fix the economy, cut the electricity end user tariffs for domestic consumers to support the nation's largest employer, SMEs. merge Post Bank with Prime Microfinance and capitalize them with trillions of shillings per financial year to specifically give cheap credit to SMEs particularly. We shall establish a number of corporations to manage seed and even export, and we shall also be giving special excuse me, special attention, no COVID, don't worry, special attention to mining, and of course we shall have an outstanding mining corporation. The same goes with fishing. We shall organize fishing because fish is procured at 3,000 shillings, and by the time it gets on a plate in Europe, it is $60. I want you to tell the comparison and see how much we are working for other people. Fellow Ugandans, matters on environment, tourism, which should be actually the easiest industry to turn around, has not been given enough attention. We shall work on tourism and make sure that we make sure that we turn around what used to be a 1962 legacy story where Uganda was the leading tourist company in East Africa. I must say that we shall go into areas like constitutional review, but I didn't want to bother all of you here with these big programs. I want to tell you that our manifesto will come up clearly. Peace, security, and regional relations. We shall build peace, and I'm an expert on security, and we shall promote regional relations. Armed forces, you know I'm your own. I'll give you all the attention you deserve. What you didn't get yesterday, you can get tomorrow. The future of Uganda, fellow Ugandans, lies in our hands. I would want that we spend more time this particular season, all of us Ugandans waking up to the cause of making sure that we particularly deliver change. I know we have no chance to conduct a proper election from the circumstances I'm seeing, but this does not deny Ugandans the opportunity to come out and vote. I know they can vote whether they hear from us or not. Uganda is too important to be left to politicians. The other point I wanted to end with is my most favored subject, the subject of the young people who are below the age of 30, who are now 10.8 million voters, although only 9.8 were registered. Take my special invitation that you go in and vote. When you vote us, you'll have voted ourselves. I would want to really thank everybody, and most importantly, thank the security running for those who are not offensive. So I just thank them for running this rather cumbersome exercise. And for those of you who are offensive, do get to remember that Uganda in January may change. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
That's now General Henry Tumukonde there with the symbol of a clock, and of course he's Alice Twaswati. He plans to do come January 2021, there he gets duly nominated, and the other candidate is also actually already going through the rigors. Candidate John Katumba, whom he's also come out to try it out, and maybe let's first of all get to see what candidate Katumba has to offer before we get into the analysis with Kola Mazima in studios.
And if the requirements are satisfied, it will be possible to make a presentation again. We wish you well, aspiring candidate John Katumba.
anomalies there that he needs to rectify. We missed out on that particular one while John Tumukunde was addressing us and, of course, addressing the press. Michael Jordan Lukomwa will get to us to tell us what exactly befell this young man, John Katumba, who has, I think, been sent to the waiting or holding tent to, I think, also get a few things ready and done, preferably, they're supposed to be before he gets there. But remember that, yes, okay, I think it's been, because of nomination fees. 20 million shillings is actually not food to eat in Uganda. So you get there and have to run through all these things. But we will know. If Katumba doesn't get nominated, then it means one of them has pulled out, technically. And of course, on very legal issues here, if it doesn't get there. But we, of course, he still has some time until tomorrow, 5 o'clock. If he hasn't paid the money, then somebody should fundraise for him. Get the money and be there. But Professor Mariam was here in studios and said, if you don't have money, then you can't come into an election, especially at that level. I call you welcome.
The pleasure is mine.
What have you seen so far?
Well, what I've so far witnessed is that President Yoweri Museveni successfully nominated today in the morning. Then we've also seen General Tumukunde coming in. But it was a surprise that actually a lawyer of Tumukunde's standing would actually have his papers miss out on something illegal, and one would perhaps imagine that maybe it was deliberate so that he would get there.
Because it took just a few minutes to actually get better. So I think Tumukunde knew what he was doing. Maybe needed attention from everybody.
Actually, you see when something is not clear, people speculate. We're just speculating. Yes, maybe it could have been a deliberate omission, so that perhaps he could get that attention. But from what he is actually saying, I think it's very, very important when he says that fellow candidates should actually mobilize voters, not only to vote for them, but to come out in large numbers
to participate in the
election. Because if you see what happened in Tanzania, is that the opposition forgot actually to call their voters to come and vote. Eventually, we find that out of the 29 million voters, only 15 voted, and perhaps the 15 voted could have been from the CCM strongholds. So the opposition, even as people go out to vote, to campaign, they should tell voters to come and vote. And you see with the NRM has a machinery that actually mobilizes the people to vote. So the opposition, if at all they are actually to compete favorably, they should also mobilize their members to participate fully in the voting exercise.
Okay. He talked about, yes, the voter apathy that we see or that we saw in the Tanzanian elections. And I think it was in 2016 here when Dr. Kizza Besigye actually disenfranchised his own supporters by not allowing them to go and, but because it wasn't very clear whether they would actually contest in that election. And that's actually what prompted a man like Professor Bariamreba to come into the fray. Bariamreba was here and he said he came to contest because he had Dr. Kizza Besigye say he will not come into the election. Amama Mbabas was not sure. Everybody didn't seem like they were coming. So he's saying we can't leave an election to go without anybody coming into it. So that's how he came in and he decided not to actually bow out. But I think it's very important that you need to mobilize your voters to come and participate. Now, the challenge with this democracy is a winner takes all. So if you boycott an election and those others get into it, then it means when they've taken it from you, they've really taken it. We'll also let you know that the NRM party is launching their manifesto at the Speak Resort in Munyonyo, where we'll also just take you briefly as we wait for their nominated candidate, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who shall now also launch their manifesto, which will be anchored on the theme or slogan of securing your future. Candidate Katumba, John Katumba here, finds a problem, and Michael Jordan Lukomwa in Chambogo will be able to actually get to him and see what happens. Okay. Let's first get to Chambogo, where Jordan is, and hear from him.
We saw him driving off. He did not even allow to talk to the media. I want my cameraman to show you the van for security and the personnel as they start their duty. Yes. officially here he is, General Tumukunde, receiving the security personnel that he is going. And here they are receiving him. I can see them saluting him. And I think that is the commander of the unit, introducing one by one of them to him being a general. Issues to do with salute are not new. Yes. He is now receiving a unit to guard him as a candidate. He is now a responsibility of the Electoral Commission. And according to Justice Bebakama, in the interview we had this morning, he said they are to pay all the costs of this security team, transport, allowances, and everything as the Electoral Commission. It is just, they are just a privilege. They are a privilege to the candidate, but the costs are to be met by the Electoral Commission. So they are a whole 10-man personnel team that is going to be with him, ensuring his security. He has saluted them, and there they go. Here is his van, and they are good to go. We want to know mainly what exactly happened to John Katumba, the candidate that had come to nominate, and we just saw him drive off. We want to know. We want to first see off the General Tumukunde. Here they are. These security men jump out to their truck. Here they are onto the track. And off they go. Yes, the camp has a group photo here as they set off to go start their campaign that will see them Yes, they're taking a group photo as they go to start the journey that will take them to State House and take government with their logo, with their, I beg your pardon, with their slogan, "It is possible." Their team is called the Renewed Uganda Team. Yes, but as we speak right now, another candidate, most probably Major General retired Mugisha Muntu, is here coming in for nomination. Yes, as the General Mugisha Muntu gets.
Well, thank you so much, Michael Jordan Lukomwa. It's indeed a very busy day for you at Chambogo, where nominations are going through. And candidate John Katumba, an independent candidate, has been rejected for today for issues of payments. He ought to have gone to that center with a receipt of 20 million Uganda shillings, but he's been given until tomorrow. So if he can sort out his issues by tomorrow at 5 o'clock, then he will be able to actually get there. Now, candidate number 2 has also been duly nominated, and he's an independent candidate riding under the platform of a Renewed Uganda. His symbol that he chose is a clock. That's General Henry Tumukunde, who now also gets there. He's been given his pickup and the security detail that from this time going forward are supposed to be with him. Now we expect candidate number 4 to also appear today, and candidate number 4 is General Mugisha Muntu Greg of the ANT party. He's the candidate that we expect to actually be there. His scheduled time is 3 o'clock, and as you can see, we just a few minutes shy away, and I'm sure that he's there. Now, as General Mugisha Muntu gets to be nominated, in studios is a member of his party, Mr. Sulaiman Kakaire, joining us in studios here as we get to the nomination of General Greg Mugisha Muntu. You are very welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Mr. Jagenda and viewers of UBC across the country, good afternoon.
Well, a very good afternoon, and here is where we talk about slogans first and foremost, but we've not yet known the slogan for the ANT party. You are very cozy about that, and I don't know when you want to tell us what your slogan is.
Who's cozy about it?
Oh, the whole party. Nobody wants to talk about it. You talk about the character.
The character of that.
The character.
No, but even the slogan of the party. I think it's only one time that when I appeared on some platform and I couldn't talk about it.
But why don't you talk about it?
It was not ready for launch. But right now we are talking about it.
What is the slogan?
The General Mugisha Muntu is running under the platform of Change You Can Trust. And the context, the change you can trust is that trust is something that emanates from track record, and also an understanding of the person you're transacting with, which in a way makes an inference to character of individual, of the system around which is the central organizing principles under which is to run as a candidate, and even the political party itself. But the platform of the political party, our slogan is People First, A New Future, which is different from Change You Can Trust as a platform for General Muntu. The reason is that the Alliance for National Transformation, we chose People First, A New Future. It was intended for one reason, that everything, be it development, governance, anything you can talk of, you start with the people. The people become the central, let me say, the primary focus of an engagement. What they think, what they wish is everything. So even as a political party, before we entered this political space, before we formally registered as a political party, we had to move around the country to gather opinion, public opinion, especially from members and from those who are well-wishers. These meetings were attended by NRM, were attended by FDC, were attended by people from different political parties, and we were consulting about some key questions of how the situation was appearing in the country then, and general opinion. There was seemingly an opinion which was coming through that required us to start a political party. Even when we launch eventually, when we now choose that we are going to become a political party, we first started to operate as a new formation. Then we gathered opinions from everyone who was ready to participate, ready and willing to participate in these engagements. That's how we came up with the platform called Alliance for National Transformation. So that context of which basically tries to show you that people were the building block of this political formation is why we chose People First, A New Future. Okay. But now, as individual candidates, let me say, if I had chosen to run as a candidate, the candidate's credential, together with the party platform, if they are synced together, you can now come up with a slogan that speaks to your context and that perhaps can endear people to you as a candidate. It's the reason why when we came to General Mugisha Muntu, when you touch into his character, his credentials, as the Alliance for National Transformation, that stands for value-laden kind of leadership. One of our agendas is to make sure that there is nurturing of leaders who reflect particular values that can be called as a bare minimum. Then two, change of political culture. we said, okay, change you can trust, then perhaps it speaks to the behavior, the nature of the political behavior that will be reflected in the broader government, the outlook of the leadership. 3, trust also centers on things like stability, consistency, because we've done a diagnosis of Uganda's political culture. One of the attributes of Uganda's political culture is that people say a lot about many things, but that's not actually what they turn out to do in normal practice. So we want to blur the line between theory and practice, that what we say today is what we can do tomorrow. What we say today is what can be still said tomorrow, or what can be done today is what can be done tomorrow. And that's what we are calling upon Ugandan voters to look at, the trust in us, the change that you can trust. If you are advocating for change, what kind of change? We come to you with an agenda of how that change will look like. We come to you with an agenda, and then for you to understand that these are perhaps some of the things we've reflected all through. Because ideally, the leadership and its outlook should first be exhibited before someone is given the stage to perform at that platform. So it's very important, and that is the context to why we chose the slogan, the change you can trust.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Kakaire. Now, that's really very important. You talk about people, and of course, all these political parties talk about people. When you get back into the NRM, they'll tell you, of course, there's also started as a popular people's movement, which is a mass party today, and they are up in arms of that. People Power, the outfit, which, of course, metamorphed into the National Unity Platform. When you get to the FDC, you remember that their chanted slogan over the years was one Uganda, one people. When you get to anything, a renewed Uganda here, Jonathan Mukunde talks about people. All of you talk about people, and we do appreciate.
Can I just explain the difference between us and those slogans you are running through?
Please do.
When I come to you and I say I'm securing your future, it presupposes that it's only me who can imagine that future for you. The NRM or the candidate who was nominated on such a platform imagines it. What distinguishes that from us is that for us we say people first, they know how to negotiate their future. We just come to you and we say that actually for us we shall respect you and your participation. You know where you want to go. And let me tell you, the sustainability of any leadership is premised on its capacity to respect and ensure that people realize their wishes and aspirations.
But what kind of leadership?
And that starts from understanding them.
Would it be that you are leaders, but you let us go wherever you want, and you just follow us?
Not every direction. That is Platonic thinking.
No, but you see,
I can sit somewhere as a philosopher king.
You allow us
to the masses
to behave that one.
Exactly, that's what democracy is about. It's written through our constitution, Article 1, which is talking about power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. It talks about how people should freely choose how they are to be governed, obviously in accordance with the law, and that's read together with Article 38, that every person has a right to participate in the political governance of their country. As to whether we come to you with an agenda, that will be reflected in our manifesto. But the organizing principle of our campaign, the organizing principle of our leadership is that people must be the basis of our operation. People must be the basis of our exercise of authority. You talked about
one Uganda, one people.
One Uganda, one people is a slogan that is completely different from us. It's about talking about...
Exactly.
No, it's talking about...
But all of you talk about people.
A uniting of everyone under the colonial established state. The difference between us and them is that when we get the mandate of the 5 years, and we put the question out there to Ugandans, because we talk about even a constitutional review and other things in the manifesto that will be highlighted by our candidate. They can't choose to say that the nature within which the colonial state that we inherited from the empire.
You want to change that?
When Ugandans wish,
you change it.
They would change it. There are many who have talked about a federal system of governance. Like, for instance, me, I'm a federalist.
So there is federalism in your
manifesto. That will be based on what are the aspirations of the people. Me as an elite, or as an individual, or as a farmer, or as a peasant, or as a banker, or as a profession, when we aggregate all our individual interests and they are harnessed through the expected processes and it becomes the dominant wish, that's where the forces will be directed. But the most important thing you have to understand is people. People governance is about people. One of the critiques of liberal democracy, the criticism of liberal democracy is that it has ended up leading to the capture of power. It has enabled power to be captured and controlled by a few group of people who are the elites, who are running a government. And for us, we critique it, that actually it's not about people. It's not about how many books you've read. It's not about how much money you have, and you pick your ideas, you take them to people, and you impose it on them. That's one of the things I think even UBC should look out for. Which of the individual candidates is talking about the real conditions of the people?
UBC as an establishment, or you talk about...
I'm talking about UBC in terms of the media.
The employees, okay?
The media. I'm sorry, but I meant UBC as the media. For every individual candidate, be it Alliance for National Transformation with General Mugisha Muntu, you're much interested in how does the agenda that you are presenting to Ugandan a product of people's opinions and thoughts. I'll tell you that our manifesto, which will be highlighted a few hours from now by General Muntu at around 4, now we are speaking of minutes, all eventually launched in the next few days. It is a collection of opinions from all the membership from across the country. They sat down and expressed their wishes. It's a collection process that has, the preparation process took almost 4 to 5 months collecting those views. We are completely different. If someone proposes that it's a new Uganda, it's a what, it depends. It's about how they explain those different platforms. But we are completely different from the rest.
Hold it there, Mr. Kakaire. Your candidate, General Greg Mugisha Muntu, is actually arriving at the nomination center in Icyambogo, just right there, of course, being escorted by the team of people that he was allowed to go over with him. And there he arrives. He's on schedule. He's supposed to, yes, this is exactly the time that he's supposed to be there. Can you just tell me some of these members that you possibly know who have escorted your candidate?
Just on his, is that left? That is Abeka Matanda. Is our youth coordinator. Is from Umbale, representing many platforms. Is a Muslim. Is representing the platform of Easterners. Is representing, speaking to the demographics of the country. Is representing many shades of opinion.
That's Matanda.
That's Matanda. I see Honorable Lasso, the other side, who is our national coordinator. From Teso, there is Ambassador Edith Sempala from Central Uganda, representing women. I can see women there. She's the coordinator of Women Affairs. I can see, yes, those are the 3 people. I can see Mr. Wilberforce Seriazi, our candidate for Entebbe Municipality.
Seriazi.
Yeah, Seriazi. I can see Honorable Winfred Kiza from Kasese. I can see his wife. So then I can see our Chief of Electoral Affairs, Mr. Dan Mugarura.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
It's representative of the character of Uganda.
Well, yeah, and of course everybody will say that, but let's hear from the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission as he announces the arrival of General Mugisha Muntu.
Proposer and the seconder present the nomination documents to the returning officer, who is the chairperson Electoral Commission, for verification by the Commission. On satisfaction that the nomination papers have been filled and every requirement has been met, the Commission will make a declaration to that effect, declaring a nominated candidate, after which there will be a departure from the main nomination area and an opportunity to engage with the media at the media booth that we've set up out there, and provision of a security detail in the case of a successfully nominated candidate. So at this moment, without taking any more time, I would like to invite the seconder and the proposer to approach the returning officer and present the nomination forms.